Good day and good evening, and welcome to Palace of the Dead stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, more Palace of the Dead, solo. And we're starting from floor 141. So, I imagine we will reach... Either we'll reach floor 170, or we will probably meet Behemoth. But it's a little bit like... There's the possibility it takes us a while to get to 170, so we will have to see about that. But that is the plan. With that said, hey Zeros, hey Sally, hey Zav, hey Silament, hey Marios, hey Vince, hope you're all doing very well. Sally says, fun fact, YouTube Mobile is the only place my phone does not automatically capitalize the starts of sentences, for some reason. Do you have a... like something like Swift key, I don't know, to manage your autocorrections and stuff? Maybe that one, whatever you have, just isn't attached to YouTube's chat. I don't know. I'm not surprised that it would be janky. But still weird. Hey Giraheen, Nox, Vivian, Bronto, hope you're doing well. Mario Kart Dragon as melee. 130, which one is that? Oh, the five-headed dragon. Wait, what? I mean, I can kinda see it. And thank you, Vivi. And that's a good call, Bronto. We should probably also just get started. Hey Lana, hope you're doing well. Oh, spin the boss. Okay, then I see. I can kinda see it, yeah. Given how I don't find it particularly problematic at all, I'm a bit surprised that spinning the boss would be necessary, though. Like, I'm pretty sure I didn't even kite the dragon or anything. Or the chimera dragon thing. Well, he's looking straight at the thing that I want. So might as well shoot him. Ow. So you don't stand in the circles while keeping max melee uptime? Probably. The reason why I didn't move very much when I did it was specifically to bait the circles to specific spots. So I guess it's like a similar logic there. Hey Yannick, hope you're doing well. There's the exit. I just realized that we're a little low on certain pomanders. That's not fun. Worth. We got sustaining potions. And apparently already gotten 1 max potion. Excellent. So Vincent says, when will that fun fact make it to one of the end of guys' videos? Wouldn't that be weird? I just start listing completely random fun facts that have nothing to do with anything in particular. Like I'm just like, oh yeah, fun fact. The other day I had ice cream. What? That's when you truly know that I'm out of ideas. Hey Ridlian, hope you're doing well. And enjoy your food. Perfect, I wanted a rage. How's your sustaining potion supply looking, Yannick? Do you just burn straight through them? $171. Oh. Yeah, that looks like a number that is going down. Hey Wolf, hope you're doing well. My personal best is... I believe it was 190? Was it 190 or a little bit past that? Does anyone remember? $192 or $193. Thank you. The door's just it's actually fake. There is no exiting floor 141. We all thought we're all imagining that there is a floor past that. It never existed. This is the end of Palace of the Dead. When you complete floor 140, you can start another session and you can just fight mobs until you get bored. That's actually how it works. Hey Laser, hope you're doing well. This is Palace of the Dead. It's like a randomly generated dungeon in a way that goes in floors set 10 at a time. It is mostly meant to be done as a group of 4 players, but you can do it alone, and there's an achievement for beating it. So it's not like it's just something you can do alone for the memes. You can do it alone, actually. That when you reach that floor, you no-clip into the back rooms and land in the GM jail. Now that's something else. Here it is. Here's the GM jail. It's a kind of jail. No abilities jail. But yeah, it is it is very easy to miss content, I would say, since it's like a little bit off to the side. Has nothing to do with the MSQ. But it should be... I believe there's a quest in Gridania for it. And it should lead you to Quarry Mill. Surprise! 2 Manticore. Imagine, silly, if there was like a room that was connected to the GM jail where you could look into the room, see if there's people in there. Like looking through the window while someone is being interrogated. Hey, Haunted Mask. Hope you're doing well. Oh. The party room is the exit. Fantastic. Amy Noto. Hope you're doing well. I feel like it's been a bit. Ow. TND chat says, I've heard you tank, you pull is against the TOS. Is it true? Kind of. If you check the support desk in game, you'll find that one thing that you can report someone for in a dungeon context is refusing to do, like, to actually participate, and that kinda includes a tank refusing to tank. But yeah, you pull your tank. That's what I read out of your message. You pull your tank means that you're essentially refusing to do your, like, as the tank, refusing to do your part. Which means that technically, someone could report you for that. And you might actually get punished. But yeah, that also leads into if you as Rothkind adds, part of it is also like you're basically deliberately letting the other player die knowingly, like you're intentionally letting them lose in the party that you're in, where you're supposed to work together. Like, if you actually go through and read the various things you can report someone for in a dungeon context, like, the simplest way to put it is that there is one of the reasons that you can report someone is for intentionally not helping with clearing the duty. It's not worded exactly like that, but basically, there's a lot of things that falls under that, which is, like, the thing is, all of the things that apply in this context all require, you know, the person to deliberately choose to do it for it to be against the TOS. Like, the difference between someone not seeing that you pulled something, or not seeing as you pulled something, so they let you die because they didn't know you were dying. That's not illegal. But they see you pull something and they choose to let you die. Like, they look at you and refuse to act. Then it can run into that. Like, the thing is that there's a lot of context involved, right? And usually the times when you pull you tank comes into context, it's pretty obvious that there was some level of malice involved. Hey Master and Caroline, hope you're doing well. And Yannick, that one is an example of a gray area. Technically, you refusing to help them with the pack that they pulled in addition is like, well, you're letting them die, right? But at the same time, I mean, them pulling that pack, the reason you're not helping them is because you're protecting your team from death. If you actually enter fight with those mobs, then your entire team has to deal with those mobs, and you might have concluded that that pack is too much, so the group at large will die if you actually engage those. So you choose to let the individual die for the benefit of the entire team. That's why it can get a little difficult, but in short terms, in simple terms, if you sit in a situation and go, I'm going to say you pull, you tank, then you are intentionally risking getting your account punished. That is just how it is. Which is the reason why in my videos and my guides, I recommend the best you can do is try your best. If someone else pulls for you, so you have to basically fight more than you had planned to, pick those mobs up as well. Do it anyways. If you wipe, then you have an extremely good case to tell them to stop pulling for you. Because they just wiped you, and if they do it again, well, then you know who's the bad guy. It's them. They were just asked to not do it. So now you haven't done anything bad. You're not at risk of being the bad guy because you didn't say you pull your tank. You fought every mob that your team got put in combat with. Every single one. So if they are going to keep being a jerk and pulling for you, then you are in a really good spot to report them. The essential advice that I would give, and I do talk a little bit about this in my video about you pull your tank it and similar things, is if you do your part as well as you can, then you have kept yours in the clean. And if you keep yours in the clean, then you have no risk of being, like, punished. And it also means that you are perfectly safe to essentially use the report system as your bludgeon if they don't listen, right? And thank you, Rust. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, the broad strokes of it all is just don't practice you pull your tank. Just don't do it. Hey, Ardell. Hope you're doing well. And just don't do it. It's not worth it. And I also talk about this in that you pull your tank it video. If you actually do you pull your tank it, you might successfully cause the DPS to no longer pull for you. You might actually do that, but they're not pulling for you because they respect your request that they stop pulling for you. They're also not going to learn anything from this encounter. They think you're the jerk. So some people do the you pull your tank it as like some sort of lesson to make that person not do it again. But most of the time, you're not teaching them anything beyond the fact that they've learned that they think you're a jerk. And yes, I did see that, Minato. It's sort of whatever for me. I have not been too interested in completing Cloud of Darkness Chaotic. So it doesn't do anything for me. And yeah, exactly, Gleaming. That's what my suggestion is if someone pulls for you, deal with the pack, then ask that they stop. And the thing is, if you wipe as a result of them pulling for you, that's a really, really good justification when you ask them to stop. Like, they're like, nah, we can pull more. Why are you being so scared? It's like, nah, we just wiped. So can you not do that? Oh, thank you, Ardell. Reminded that the boss is a bit longer since it heals. I mean, the reason why I'm behind on time, Yannick, is because I had a party room with an exit. But I'm working on it. Thank you for the reminder, though. And Ogni, hope you're doing well. And thank you so much for celebrating 10 months as part of the Cult of the Paint with me. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, that is fair. I sometimes get a little bit lost in the speed. Think we will get a roadmap for Dawntrail? Wolf, have we gotten a roadmap for any expansion over the years? Nox says, remember calling someone a bad word in your report is not gonna get them punished. Also that. Basically, if you see someone do something that you will report, I don't care what it is, if you are going to report someone, if you weren't already on your best behavior, do it now. Like, basically switch to be super nice, because then you're at least certain that, that it doesn't become a case of, well, you were both the bad guy, so... And it also means that you avoid the possibility of them reporting you as a reason for, like, oh, well, might as well report you first kind of situation. If you did nothing illegal, then they have nothing to do to you. That is also, again, the reason why there's just no reason to do the you pull, you tank it. If you have to say you pull, you tank it, there's a really high probability that the other person did something that you might report them for. So just don't produce that gray area where you were equally bad guys, right? Like, just don't put them in that position where they're safe to do it now because you were also a jerk. And thank you for celebrating 9 months as part of the Cult of the Pink, Bronto. Which deep dungeon is your favorite? I don't do deep dungeons that much, so I don't really have a preference. I have complained that Palace of the Dead is unnecessarily long. Now that is a member message, Aradel. Thank you so much for celebrating 20 months as part of the Cult of the Pink. I actually didn't remember that it had been so long, Aradel. Wow. You can also join the Discord and follow and help Guy via the links in the description. Thank you. Genius. And yes, exactly, Rothkind. That is basically the solution. And that's also why my advice always boils down to, if something bad is going on there, just make sure you're not the jerk in the conversation. That way you are at least clean. You don't have to worry. Yeah, that Master, that one is actually an excellent additional reason why it is a bad idea to do you pull, you tank. Normal raid roulette, 2 friends that were both tanks. Someone else pulled the boss, both friends went you pull your tank, but I got top aggro early and they both chose to let me die to the tank buster instead of helping. Exactly. Like, to actually make sure that you pull your tank actually leads to the person who was the offending player is the only one getting punished, is to make sure that no one else actually attacks in the first place. Which means that most of the time, someone else ends up getting punished too. Often the healer, in fact. Hey Emily, hope you're doing well. So, in fact, if you do you pull your tank, consider this. Consider this. Let's say you pull your tank, and someone else ends up in the battle. Once the person who pulled for you, who now deserves to die, apparently, a ridiculous suggestion. Once they're dead, what do you do as a tank? Do you then engage combat to help the remaining players? Or do you let anyone who helped the puller die as well? You see the problem, right? And I would imagine that most of the time the answer is you help the remaining players because they technically didn't do anything wrong. Unless helping the puller is considered wrong. I would say that it isn't. But if you help at that point, you have already punished the healer. Like, you already punished the healer, because now the healer has to deal with the pull with only the tank and 1 DPS, which makes the pull harder. You also punish yourself with the exact same reason. The pull is now harder because you let the DPS die. So, like, you're essentially punishing everyone for one person's mistake. And that might not even be a mistake. A lot of the time, people that pull for the tank is because they're assuming the tank is going to pull. And the tank just didn't. For some reason. Like, I've done dungeons with, like with Strat. Some of you know Strat. MIAS. In-game that often plays Black Mage. And sometimes when we do dungeons, Strat will be running ahead of me, and I'm the tank. But the thing is, Strat does that and attacks the mobs that I will be attacking anyways. So, like, ultimately, they're not doing anything wrong. They're just assuming I'm going to be attacking that anyway, so them attacking a second sooner doesn't change anything. But if I suddenly turn around and make it a problem by then going, oh, you attacked first, now it's your problem, then it becomes a problem. Where's the chest? What? Oh, it's there. I can't be bothered. There's too many mobs. Hey, Bad Angel. And Knight. And Tay. Hope you're doing well. The best you can do if someone is wordlessly doing something toxic is to try and call them out on it. Sometimes they'll accidentally admit to what they're doing. And that makes it at least easier for the GMs. But I'm just saying, some players say that GMs do nothing if there isn't a, like, breadcrumbs in the chat to follow. I'm just saying, if someone does something that they're not allowed to do, and a lot of people report them, the amount of reports saying this guy is being a jerk eventually probably leads to something happening. Like, not if 10 people report a person in an instant, but let's say someone consistently is a jerk. Like the example someone suggested, that a player pulls mobs, like intentionally kills their party members with spread markers or stack markers or something. Whoops. If enough people repeatedly report them for that, you will, over time, start to, like, the GMs will surely eventually see that there's a pattern. This person keeps getting reported for being essentially just a jerk. They are not saying anything, but they're doing this. Like, it might not lead to them getting banned or something, but it might lead to them getting a talking to. Which is, like, some of the lower punishments. And once they've gotten a talking to, you start to be able to get the higher punishments. Hey, Angry Corn. Hope you're doing well. Indeed Shot says, why is it always a DPS who pulls? I pull as White Mage a lot, like running first, throwing dots, and then holy spam. It's not always the DPS. It's just, it seems to be more likely that it is the DPS. There's also the part that if it is the healer who ninja pulls, as it is often referred to as well, there is a little bit more of a fairness in there being pulling, like in the healer pulling more. Like, often more often than not, the problem is more that someone is pulling more than the tank had planned to pull, than the problem being that someone is pulling for the tank. Which means that it is often like a trash pack thing. But if it's the healer pulling an extra pack, it's like, ultimately it's going to be the healer's problem, right? Like, ultimately, it's the healer who has to work harder as a result. So often, if it is the healer who pulled, it's a little harder for the tank to justify there being a problem. But still, that doesn't mean that it isn't a problem. It's just that I feel that it is a lot less likely that a tank will complain that a healer is pulling for them. It's also part of the tank's problem if they aren't popping enough mitigation. Sure. Like, in general, it's everyone's problem if there is some sort of disagreement in the group. Like, consider this. And this is also something that I bring up in the You Tank, You Pull video that I put out a while back. Technically, it isn't the tank's job to pull. It's the tank's job to tank. Generally, we can all agree that it is a lot easier if we let the tank do the pulling. Absolutely. But anyone can pull. So it's the problem in this whole conversation, this entire context, is a disagreement. Like, that's the problem here. The problem isn't that someone pulled for the tank. The problem is that there is a disagreement in who should be pulling. And there is a disagreement in how that is resolved. Zabs, I got one of those 300 million guild scams hills and I couldn't be bothered to find the report form. Fair enough. I sometimes do the right-click RMT activity report on those. I'm not 100% sure if that is correct, but like I'm pretty sure that the result of getting scammed by that is that your account gets stolen for RMT activity, so I feel like it's close enough. I just realized I don't actually want to go into the room while fighting a dog. Exactly, TND. Exactly. And that's also kind of what I meant, is that when I do dungeons with the community, you guys, most of the time, someone will pull. Someone will pull. Doesn't really matter who. If I'm the tank, there's actually a higher chance that someone will ninja pull just to mess with me. And I don't even care. The way I view it as the tank, if someone is ninja pulling, is that they're basically saying I'm not pulling hard enough, I'm not pulling fast enough, so I pull faster to compensate. Faster and faster. So like I see them start to run ahead to the next pack and I'll just leave the pack I'm fighting to get ahead of them. Because clearly I'm not fast enough. But that's easy for me because, you know, I'm pretty confident in my ability to tank things. So I'll just pull everything. How do those scams work, Tay asks? If you read the URL really closely, you'll find that it is not actually pointing to a legitimate part of the Squeenix forums. It's pointing to a scam link. If you click on it, you will be redirected to a login screen that looks legit, but is not. If you actually write your login credentials there is a possibility that it'll quote-unquote correctly log you in. It is also possible it'll just not. But if you actually fill in the details, you're sending the scammers your account information. If you have a two-factor authentication set up, you might be able to get away from it. Big emphasis on might. Because they're still going to try and use the information to log in, and apparently, I've been told, if someone fails to log in with an account enough times, like they get their password wrong enough times, they will actually like pause the account for a little bit so you can't log in. So don't give such a website any reason to try and log into your account, because while they might not be able to log in if you have, you know, authenticator on, you also won't be able to log in. So don't even mess with it. Don't even play around it. Don't even think about it. Just avoid. Just full stop. Just don't even try. Exactly, Silvermint. Oh, you want fast? Call me Sonic the Hedgehog. Meep. Call me Roadrunner. Meep meep. I'm not entirely sure what makes it more likely that you'll get those tells, Tay, but the point of the matter is that if you get them, don't matter how often you get them, if you get them, don't respond. Don't touch anything they say. Just report or do nothing. No one will send you a scam tell if you're in Palace of the Dead. Well, I mean, that's because they can't. Yeah, that's how the scam works. They send you to a login screen that looks real but isn't. Then you end up accidentally giving them your credentials, and then they log into your account and steal everything. They presumably also log into your account on MogStation and change the password. So don't even try it. Don't even try it. You have not heard from me that you should mess with it. Do not. Do not. That does not sound like fun, Vivi. Hope it gets better soon. And thank you, Aradil. I was gonna say that is not something Sonic says. Meep meep. Now I'll show you Meep. That's something you could try, Yannick. I still say be careful. Be careful. Like, my suggestion is don't even go to their website. You don't know if they somehow leave you some sort of little cookie or tracking device. Like, assume the whole thing is toxic. The whole thing. And when I mean toxic, I mean, like, if you actually go to the website, there is, like, I'm just saying, there is a risk you need to treat your PC as if it has gotten a virus. Yeah, fantastic. Aha! We've improved all the enemies on this floor. Oh, by the way, there's a button in that room that can turn it off. ZipZap says two-step has some workarounds, but it does make it a lot harder for scammers. Yeah, my point is, ZipZap, if you have two-step, then it means that there's a possibility that even with your credentials, they cannot log in. But if they spam attempt to log into your account, then there is a security measure in Final Fantasy XIV that makes it so that the account can't log in at all for a while. If it keeps getting, like, if you keep getting it wrong, at some point they'll, like, temporarily block your account to give you a chance to, like, fight back, you could say. or whatever. Like, it basically just gives them, it like means that it is harder to just brute force your way into an account, because after a certain number of attempts, they'll just decline you anyways, even if you get it right. But they can spam that because it's a bot trying to log in, and that means that if they have your credentials, then you might never be able to log in. So it doesn't even matter whether they can log in or not. I'm specifically talking about your experience. Indeed, Sarahs. Remember when you were taught to never give out your real name? Then Facebook. Whoops. Like, speaking of which, many years ago, and get your bingo cards ready, everyone. Many years ago, back in Wrath of the Lich King in World of Warcraft, my account got hacked. Just randomly, I'm pretty sure the password got brute forced. But what made it really weird is that I had an authenticator, so how did they log in? Strange. They managed to change the password. But after that, nothing happened. Like, I got the, your password has been changed. And all that. And then I changed, like, I found a way in using the account recovery and changed the password to something else. And like 10 minutes later, my password got changed again. I have an authenticator. What is the probability that they randomly guess correctly twice? Within, like, guess again in 10 minutes. They didn't need the authenticator. Because the account recovery method at the time, so like the page where you go in if your account has been hacked and you want to, like, get it back, that page didn't actually ask for your authenticator. So, they could specifically change the password there. And that's what they did. Change the password, and then, like, now they knew what the password was. I don't know if they were trying to log in on the account after, like, if the password didn't work because authenticator was in the way, but my guess is that they changed the password, and then, you know, if I didn't do anything in response, they at least knew that the account name they had and the password was correct. So, given enough time, they would eventually randomly guess and log into my account. Like, given enough time, they would eventually log in. So I had to do something, and of course I did. The only way at the time to get out of this problem, because every time I tried to change the password or anything, they would immediately change the password again. The only way to get out of that mess was that I got a Blizzard support over the phone to change the email address associated with the account. Because they had just moved over to you using your email as the login credential, like as the account name at that time. They changed to a different email. And the problems went away. But otherwise, because of that oversight, as you said, Vivi, they could have played that game forever. Like, they could have just changed the password every time. Because they had infinite tries in the account recovery system to guess, you know, your secret question. But it was particularly fascinating because I had actually gotten that authenticator, like, I can't remember if it was half a year or a full year prior. So it was like, maybe I'll never need this, but hey, I like the extra security. Indeed. But that is correct, Vivi. There was, a few years ago, I believe, there was a bug that allowed an even worse workaround to function. But I don't remember the details of that. Knight says your credentials will also lock if you log in on a new PC. That only happens if you don't have two-factor authentication, Knight. Please get two-factor authentication to your Squeenix account, Knight. Today, it only happens if you don't have it. Did the YouTube live chat break? We're just quiet. Who knows? Well, I guess we got the answer to one of the questions at least. Exactly, only you can prevent getting hacked today. I think it's just quite fair enough. I was also telling a story. That's totally fair. It was very quiet. I got a little concerned. Maybe YouTube had broken. So yeah, highly advise that you have a two-factor authentication on your Squeenix account or Final Fantasy XIV account. Sometimes they're the same thing, sometimes they're not. Just for your own sake. And genuinely, it specifically blocks you for a while when you log in on a new PC if you don't have an authenticator. And if you actually are, like, during the block, if you attach an authenticator, like, if you attach an authenticator during the block itself, it'll remove the block right then and there, or shortly after at least. So it's just full benefit. I've been promised that this is safe. I'll use a racing because I don't actually know if I trust it fully. Did she just heal? Yeah. And like every time I've done this boss, I've killed the ads because the boss she's a copy of, you will wipe if you don't do that. But I've been told over and over again that there's no reason to kill the ads. Look more like sword rain. Well, maybe they're bloody swords. And that makes this fight a lot easier. Just kill the boss, Lobao. Halicarnassus. Yeah, exactly. You know what's really funny? There's 2 bosses in the game named that. Isn't that weird? You're saying, Vince, if I make an account for something and it offers like two-factor authentication in any way, I'll use it. It doesn't even matter if it's important. It's just, yep, give me that. I don't trust the password to be enough anyways. proprietress of Hawk Manor named this void sent after the Halicarnassus of legend, which is the one we fight in Deltascape. Oh, well, there you go. Fantastic. Oh, fair enough, Knight. There you go. Just wanted to be sure. Like, the thing is, I've heard some people say that they don't use an authenticator because they think it's really annoying that they have to put in like that extra bit of work. Just do it. Just get it. You know what's like? What you might think it's really annoying that you have to put in your credentials like that. Sorry, every time you have to log in. You know what's even more annoying? The day you're hacked and you have to spend days trying to get it to work again. And you don't know if the day you're getting hacked is a day that is extra inconvenient. Here's an extra bonus detail to that story about my WoW account getting hacked. It was while I was at boarding school. So that's mildly inconvenient. And it was at a time where I believe it was during a time where my laptop charger stopped working. Which means that me having a PC to deal with this in any way at all relied on me being able to borrow a charger from someone else. Otherwise, I just had my phone. Like, there's not very far. Like, there's not that much further to go if, like, to get it more convenient than that. Like, during my boarding school time, there was also a period where my laptop genuinely just froze up within, like, 10 minutes of starting. Like, everything would just slowly crash. And the way that it got resolved, somehow, was by reinstalling Windows. Or rather, going back to factory state, I believe. But I didn't know how to do that. So I basically had no PC until I was home to have my brother help me. And those things where PC breaks just have a magical ability to happen at the worst of times. I lose my charger, boom, account hacked. My PC, my laptop won't start properly. Oh, by the way, you have like test exams next week where you'll probably want your laptop. Raki says, I learned the importance of 2FA when I woke up to find my Twitter was spamming people with Ray-Ban ads. That's really random and really annoying. Hopefully you'll get well soon, Nox. Just checking, Gleaming. You're not getting the Squeenix Authenticator app, are you? Because that one has been discontinued. And they refer you to use anything else. I'm saying that because I specifically remember the Squeenix one will show you the password that it has for you, and it'll basically, it's made to only do that, so it'll basically close when you try to do something else, because what else would you need it for? But they discontinued it. Alteration. I don't actually want to use alteration at this height. Or actually this depth, I should say. It's probably better to use them than not use them, but I just don't feel lucky. No sprint, it's happening. Yeah, also that, exactly, Yannick, it's happening. Wait, what's happening? The bad luck? I got to check all the chests. What am I looking for, Yannick? A rage. I found a rage on the previous floor. Exactly, Pikachu. Surprise! Mimic treasure room in the exit. Thanks. That's a silver chest, isn't it? Yes. I believe we also had a previous attempt where on this specific set of 10 floors, everything that could go wrong went wrong. So I'm just, I'm not feeling lucky. What's this? No rage on this floor, Yannick. No rage. What was it the claim was? What was the original claim? The reason, Raki, is that the combination of the tools that Machinist has is extremely powerful in Palace of the Dead and Deep Dungeons in general. Like, you have a lot of mobility, you have an interrupt, you have a slow, you have a bind, sometimes those work, you have good upfront burst damage, and you're fully mobile. Like, Machinist is incredibly effective at Deep Dungeons. I don't normally main Machinist. It's just, it's really, really good at Deep Dungeons. And I'm not super amazing at Deep Dungeons, so hopefully those two things even out. It is easy to overlook those things, because the things that make Machinists so amazing in Deep Dungeons are things that don't really matter in most content. So it's a little bit of a case of like, why would Machinists be so good here? Yeah, the thing that has made it so that Machinist isn't quite the God King of Palace of the Dead that it once was, isn't that Machinist became worse. It's more that the other competitors have started to actually compete. Notably, Summoner's pretty good. I would say Machinist is still way better than Summoner. Pixelmancer is so good at Burst that it is actually somewhat competitive at being good at Palace of the Dead, just on the simple fact that it can do so much damage. And Warrior is incredibly, is really good. I believe Paladin is also really good. Exactly, Summoner is Machinist, except it's lacking a few things. I think the thing that Summoner wins on in this aspect is that when you get to a floor where abilities are unavailable, Summoner can still use Dreadworm Trance. And their summons. Like, they lose Energy Drain and Fester and their roll actions. Paladin is good at 70. Well, Brontom, this is 60. I would say it's alright. It's mainly that it's a tank that can heal itself. And the difficult thing, Yannick, is that once again, we would probably need a lot of data to know for sure. No, the thing is, Paladin is okay in Palace of the Dead because it has a stun. It has a spammable stun, in fact, which Warrior doesn't have. Like, no one other than it and White Mage has a spammable stun. And Paladin has a heal that they can use aggressively if they need to. As aggressively as you can use a stun. Or not a stun, a heal. But aside from that, I would probably say Warrior's probably better in most aspects that matter. But there's also the part that, like, just relative to a lot of other jobs, Paladin is pretty good because it has a stun, it has an interrupt, it has defensive cooldowns, it has a heal. So you take any job that is missing all of those and doesn't have enough damage to make up the difference, and then Paladin ranks pretty well. Warrior's the best at saving time amongst tanks. Yeah, it sounds about right. I don't know if I care about that treasure. I care enough that now that you're not looking at it, I want it. Excuse me. Hello. Affluence. Eh. Hey Daniel, hope you're doing well. In the Stormblood version of Palace of the Dead, be soloed with a warrior. I'm a new player that wants a hairstyle from them. I'm not sure if I can do it. I mean, all 3 deep dungeons can be soloed with, I'm pretty sure, any job if you're good enough. Uh-oh. The key is if you're good enough. If you haven't done Heaven on High before, it'll be really hard. But if you're going to solo Heaven on High with a tank, Warrior is probably a good choice. Warrior will in Heaven on High is a good fit. You have Raw Intuition by then. I mean, you have Raw Intuition in Palace of the Dead. I'm a little confused. I'm pretty sure there's 2 different profile icons on them, but do we have 2 Vivis in the chat? I'm pretty sure there's a dark blue V profile picture and a light blue one. There you go. That's pretty funny. It's Final Fantasy 9 all over again. I'll say, Georgia, hope you're doing well. I'm over here dragging each mob towards the exit, hoping that this will be the one that opens the door. Nope. When I finally get the door opened, I called it, okay? There's going to be a mob that spawned in the exit room and they'll be looking at the exit. So I can't exit without also killing them. Calling it here. Oh. Hey, Yabby Yabby. Hope you're doing well. Especially because it will be proximity. Yeah, that would be perfect. It's looking at the exit, and it's also proximity. So it doesn't even need to look at it. It's just doing it just to really, like, to really rub it in. We no longer have lo-fi beats to murder to. Blap. Purity. Yeah. Wait, how did I not see the intuition light over there? Weird. Good news, everyone. We're getting more potions than we're spending. So far. Because the god rays from the other side. Maybe it was the snow pile that confused me. Pew. What are you? Lost. Thank you, PH. Hope you're doing well. I think the correct answer to that one, Yabby Yabby, is thank you. I believe. Either thank you or I hope you're doing well. Not that good at Japanese. But to me, it either looks like a greeting or good luck. Is it say 0 des? Yoroshiku onegai shimasu? That's okay, Yabby Yabby. It happens. That's actually a good tip, Ardell, that if you're not, like, if you, like, one thing is being told, these jobs are good choices. Another thing is that if you actually go into the leaderboards, you can sometimes get an idea of how good a job is at soloing the specific deep dungeon by seeing how many did it and how well they did it compared to other jobs. Like, it can give an impression of, oh, this is probably a lot easier than this other job. Like, by comparison. I'm glad to hear that, Daniel. Thank you so much. Boink. Oh, I just remembered the devilets. I don't like you very much. Affluence. I don't like the devilets. Imp. Game goes, alright, let's do a floor of just gremlins and devilets. And mimics. Remember me? Ah! Ow. That's a fair point, Yannick. I mostly meant that like if you go into the leaderboard and see that there's like a lot more clears on one job than another, that might be a decent indicator that the one that has a lot of clears might be easier. Like especially if there's a bunch of different names, right? It means that a lot of people bothered to do it with that job. I don't like this floor. I don't like it. I don't like it. Ow. There is so much flaw, and I don't even want to be here. I should probably clear this room. I call shenanigans. I interrupted it and it just went nope, nope, nope. I managed to cast it in time. It even said that it got interrupted, but it got the buff anyway. Hey, Boobamet. Hope you're doing well. I'm guessing, given that the Void Blizzard didn't happen in the previous fight, that the thing that I actually interrupted was the Void Blizzard. They cast nuh-uh. I want a magic card called that. You cast a spell, the opponent casts counter spell. You cast nuh-uh, which counters a counter spell specifically. I do remember a custom card that I saw recently that I think was called a counter spell, which is specifically for countering counter spells. And it was indeed written deliberately with a lot of repeats of counter and counter spells, so it could say counter counter a lot. No U times infinity. Uno reverse card. Oh, now that would be a funny counter spell. Change the targets of the spell to new. Change the target of the spell that you're countering here. Instead of countering it, choose new targets. So you can just, when the opponent casts that mega fireball, you can just go no you and throw it right back at them. Go, what a coincidence that you also don't have enough HP to survive this. Ain't that something? Just put an Uno card in your actual deck. You get down to one card and you're like, Uno! And like, wrong game. What do you mean? I'm winning, aren't I? You're top decking, that's for certain. I suggest that we use Final Fantasy suffixes for those. So we have n and n-era and n-erga and n-erta. Oh, sweet. A steal. Then the AoE, nuh-uh. Ham says Yu-Gi-Oh! Has the card Counter Counter. It allows you to counter a counter trap. Do you have the reverse hollow yellow 4 card? I need it for a full set. No, Ultima. No, Ultima. Unleash no Ultima. And instead of Gaius going on his whole, this was not my intention, he just goes, nuh-uh. Double strength. Is the highest I've gotten to? 193. Oh, right. That was the strings. Good luck with the grind, Pikachu. What was a whole week ago? 3 strengths. Really? Why not? A steal and 3 strengths just in this corner of the universe. That's Palace of the Stream, Palace of the Dead stream. Well, I'm pretty sure that the last record that I set for myself was like mid or early December. Just like a month ago. Game is telling me I need to be super strong. Yeah, the game is also telling me you don't get to exit this floor either. Okay, Gleaming, that is actually a really, really funny mistake. Is it because the counter trap needed a specific, like, note on its card to say that it's a counter? Like the little note next to where it says trap card? Doink. Give me that. Hey Marcus, hope you're doing well. Does no Ultima even do anything besides negate any other spell currently being cast? I would imagine that it would also counter some future spells, maybe. Imagine a spell like that. That must be very demoralizing. Someone casts a card and it's like, interrupt the thing they're doing and also the next thing they're doing. 2 steals and 3 strengths on the same floor, everyone. No items? I'll fight you then. I'm not a fan of no item flaws. To me, they are scarier than no ability flaws. Oh, there's the exit. I only went this way because there was a patrol coming at me. Rage. Items Fox only final destination. Wait, what are we playing for? I think the funniest bit is when you are on a floor where it gives you a buff and a debuff. So you're like, well, on the one hand, I could use Serenity to enable access to my items again, but then I also lose this haste buff. And the haste buff is kind of sweet. But I don't want to... Not a fan of fighting a Soul Slayer without items. What this? Another steal. Wink. It's fine, I'm just leaving, buddy. I didn't mean to shoot you there. Speaking of just leaving... Hello, Taurus. Will you get in my way? No abilities would mean taking longer. It would, but having access to sustaining potions on floors where you can... The incredible irony of a blind floor where you're handed a sight immediately. With a sustaining potion, things going wrong tends to be more recoverable, I would say. Like, for instance, that Devilet, the fact that I goofed it up and took unnecessary damage was a problem, because I had already used Second Wind. But on this floor, for the most part, as long as the sustaining potion is ticking, I can recover. Oh, that's a really good trap card, Aradil. What this? Blind floor. 2 sights. What's this? Is this also sight? Oh, it's strength. Fantastic. I'll take that. Yes, I see. And a steal. Thanks. Little refresh. Oh, right. Trap card that sends you back to floor 1 of the... Imagine if there was a floor like that. Or rather, a trap like that in Palace of the Dead. Like, not even that. Just like, you step in a trap and it just goes... And then you go back 1 floor. It just sends you back to the floor you were on. Like, not with, like, fresh new mobs. Like, exactly as you left it. But now you need to, like, unlock the gate again. So hopefully there's enough mobs on the floor that you can do that, or you'll have to wait for respawns. And the trap is only at 199. Oh yeah, the one that sends you back to floor 1. Could you imagine? It would immediately change it to, oh, it would be really, really nice if you have like a safety or a sight for the final floor. To, you need to have safety or sight. Because there's the possibility that you would just lose everything right then and there. It would basically, it would be equivalent to stepping in a trap, like an explosive trap that just kills you straight through through the raise pomander. Just straight through it. Unfortunately, I can't, Nox, but I hope you'll sleep well when you get there. Abuse overcharge when slowed. Yeah, I actually forgot to do that, and then by the time I remembered to do that, I was like, well, it's almost dead. And then it took like 15 seconds to kill it anyways. Well, the idea is good, Gleaming, but if you get sent back to floor 1, wouldn't you get sent back to floor 1 with the remainder of your time? So you're like, you have maybe like 10 minutes left on the clock. You get sent to floor 1. Like, if you can manage to clear floor 10 after that, then maybe you have something going. Like, maybe you're cooking. But that's a speed. Like, I mean, you'd be level 60 with all your pomanders, so maybe. But yeah, that would definitely be the most ridiculous way to make high scoring silly. If you could somehow reset back to the start, and then like the high scores would just be like, however many 9s are allowed. Well, Nox, I can't. Best I can give you is this. I'm not there physically. Is that the second floor in a row where I have knockback disabled? You know what? I'm gonna use a Serenity here. I've decided that I hate devilets. Let's interrupt the Void Blizzard. Not the thing that I actually wanted to interrupt. Yeah, I should have waited a second. I cast Drill. It would be very, very demoralizing for a player that just wants the clear to step in such a trap, though. Oh. Okay. Weird. To just get sent back to floor 1. Meanwhile, a person trying to score is like, no, the value. Hey, Lupine, hope you're doing well. When I smash my head into rocks on my island. Oh, boy, are you power leveling on your island sanctuary? For those that don't know about Island Sanctuary, essentially every time you pick up any item on the island, you get 10 XP. And there are, you don't need to do that. Not really. Like, of course, for a very large part of the journey, you will have to, go and collect the items you actually need. But aside from that, you should be able to get the levels and XP that you need to, progress the island by just doing the daily and weekly things there. But if you want to progress faster, a way to do it, of course, is just grind. Once you run out of dailies and weekly things to do, just collect stuff, essentially. Just collect things. Now, there are a few spots that are pretty convenient for doing that. Just running in circles. But it is very boring to do that. Which is why it is worth mentioning that you don't have to. Yeah, that's true, Pikachu, but I believe you need to be rank 10. Is it rank 10? To fly, which you need to be able to reach that spot. And before that, there are other spots, but they're not nearly as good. Thank you, Erdil. doink. And doink. My food buff ran out. And doink. And doink. That's a good idea, Lana. Ow. Ow. You'll have to toss me. Whee! Oh yeah, Pixelman's a smudge actually makes such a grind really, really nice. I think I did it with Ninja quite a lot. Because Shikuchi. I nailed that one, right? Straight through the hole. Right in between. Ow. Ah! Go, robot! Ow. Or you will have to toss me. You know the drill. Well, I know the drill. You know the slice. I know this. Yeah, I could see the logic in that, Yannick. When I did this on Pictomancer, I also specifically, I think that was the run where I where I recognized that, oh, wait a minute, just get tossed around. I think someone mentioned it in the chat. Because having him run that extra distance, it doesn't add much, but it does like cost him maybe 1 or 2 swings. And it adds up. But I mean, Pikachu, maybe they're improving the Scorpion tank. And, I mean, it's still a weapon. Like, it's still something. It would be a shame if they just went, oh, it doesn't perfectly work, so we just throw it out. Maybe it'll work next time. Maybe they have a lot of them. I'm glad to hear that, Marcus. I hope you want something. Oh boy, it's the Crocs and the Lindworm. The Crocs and the Lindworm. Excuse me. 20k MGP, nice. Huge. It's the Croc and the Lindworm and a tree. For some reason. And a chest. Yoink. Nope. What do we have in the third room? It's a Croc and a different Croc. And a Lindworm. Ow. I can't... You cast Critical Bite. Okay, I cast Critical Drill. And see, it doesn't work that well, does it? I'll meet you at the tree. Limb's a tree. No. The other tree. You know the one. With the Croc and the Lindworm. Oink. Take that! Now you're slow! Nyah! Oh, wait! No! Don't breathe at me. The Croc decided that I have to take the long way round. Thank you, Telebar. Enjoy your evening. That's a Chaiji cover channel win. I don't think that I can sing well. I can sing funny. I'm not a big fan of the Crocs. I guess I'll have to become a fan of the Croc now. Hey Shaq, hope you're doing well. Ow. Don't chomp me. I wish I had a donut room. What do you wish for Christmas? I would like to have a donut room. Oh. What? You heard me. A donut room. I should be using the slow way more. I keep like every time I try to use it a lot, I'm specifically on a set of floors where there's a lot of mobs immune to it. And then I get reminded how effective it is when I get to a set of floors where it actually works and I remember to use it. That was a witching, but I'd rather fight you than a Croc. A room full of donut-themed items and decorations, but without any obstacle in the middle. Oh man! You said a donut room. Well, yes, but no, but not this. You had the right idea, but then also not. Ow. room just filled with lunar dynamos. Oh no! The best we could do was a donut earring. Oh. And also someone took a bite out of the donut. Oh! Yeah. Excuse me? Oh, that was risky. Just AoE ricochet right next to the croc. Boink. Just a room with tanks in the middle. Yeah, if it's a tank in a donut. You mean a Mario Kart room? Yes. Totally. Oh, just max potion. It's just a max potion. What are you? You're a lindworm. I keep making the mistake of pre-sprinting, planning to run far away, and then I go, oh, I should use my robot. And then I feel like compelled to stay to make sure that the robot doesn't like go to waste. Bro, really? That's what we're doing, huh? Okay. Now that the chest is no longer protected, I'll just defend the entrance, so you have to fight me. In before I step in a trap. My second guess was that was a mimic, but my third, but that is close enough to, no, it's actually alteration. Would you like multiple mimics? I'm like doing laps so fast that I manage to get back to the mob before they get to me. It's not very effective. What are you? Witching. I should have used drill first. I should have used drill first. Floor 30 and floor 130 on melee jobs is solved by continuous Mario Kart. I think Nox mentioned that earlier, that you mentioned that. That's the Chimera, right? Like the, well, the 5-headed dragon, I guess. I could see the reason for that, since when I did floor 130, the way I did it was that I just like drew like a half circle with the AoEs, and then went into the center and then drew a half circle on the other side. I just didn't feel threatened enough to bother doing anything beyond that. Like, I felt like it was more helpful to be extremely cautious in where I put the puddles than maximizing... where is the exit? Over there. I see it. Tink. Tink. Splat. Yeah. I feel like we're keeping time just well enough. But I have some sort of... I'm having some sort of a war flashback with this specific room configuration that makes me want to completely decimate this Tersus. Who's of course immune to slows. Ow. The reason being, the last set of floors, what really killed me was being stuck with a room where that was the exit. Like, specifically that was the exit. We came from here, and there were like 3 patrols going back and forth here of mobs that I couldn't win against in a 1v1. So I spent way too much time trying to pull, like, to piece it apart so that I could exit. And if I remember correctly, it just tired me out to the point where, like, I died to a leering trap on the next floor because I didn't have anything. Like, it caused me to spend everything. And that was what killed me. And it's basically the same configuration. It's just that it's on an earlier floor, so it's less problematic. I can just kill the patrol and call it a day, so I will. And so I did. Lindworm. Lindworm. Those are some funny looking creatures. They have so tiny wings. If there's a steel pomander in it... I actually missed that message earlier, sorry Ardell. If there is a steel pomander in a donut, is it a tank in a donut? It's like a make-your-own tank in a gift box. But the gift box is donut-shaped. What are you? Strength. Sweet. I believe the Vivre here are actually pretty dangerous, but I'd actually rather get rid of that. If a tank is a donut shaped, are they immune to thrusts? If the game was made by Bethesda, then maybe. Wasn't that a thing? They made a space-faring game, wasn't that Bethesda? Where you could customize your ship, and people found out that if you made your ship basically donut-shaped, enemies would miss because they shot through the donut hole. I feel like I remember that. Hey, Ymir. Hope you're doing well. Certainly not immune to bites. You'd probably be weak to bites if your tank was donut-shaped. Exactly, Starfield. I believe the reason was that the enemies would shoot for like the center point of the ship to make sure that you would hit, that they would hit. But if there's nothing in the center point... The mob AI, though. Well, they tried. It is really funny, though. And also feel like I can picture the developer that made that hearing this and going, course they made a donut-shaped ship. Who would make a donut-shaped ship? Like, the only reason you would is because of that. Hey Dawson, hope you're doing well. Like, it's something that is so silly that the only reason that it makes any sense to do it is specifically because the game is designed to not assume that you would do that. In space, it doesn't matter which shape your ship is. True. But it's weird that you would choose a donut, isn't it? I did it again. Didn't I use safety on this floor? Good luck, Ceres. Look out for trumpets. Thank you for celebrating 19 months as part of the Cult of the Pain game here. Thank you so much for the support. And I'm sorry that you're not feeling well. The best you can do is try to see if you can figure out what could make you feel better, I think. It would be old sci-fi rotating station inspiration. It could. I'd also say, if I remember correctly, there's this smaller game called Faster Than Light. I'm pretty sure, like in that, like that's like a roguelike game. And one of the spaceships you can have, I'm pretty sure, is, I guess, not donut-shaped, but there's a hole in the middle. And by which I mean it's, like, it's more square-shaped. It just happens to have a hole in the middle. Don't say that, Emir. That never helps. That's like locking in your stats early. It just means you like then you didn't get to feel better. So don't do that. And it sounded like that was what we were talking about, Emir. I don't want it to get it twisted. We're rich, Pomander. Money! I'm pretty sure I used a safety on this floor. That would be nice. If, like, the item effects just had that, like, just noted as like, oh yeah, by the way, you used this. Loot. Fantastic. I don't even want to know if I'm missing out on a chest. You live out of spite? That's the spirit. You know, this kiss curse ain't working for me, game. Give all the enemies 30% in both stats and only give me a haste boost. I'm a machinist. What do you think? Aha! We give you something, but also make the enemies stronger. Well, but you can just cancel any time. But why would you? You're also getting a boost. Oh, I mean, their boost is way better. Why am I not getting that? Huh? Permanent hypercharge? Oh, if it was that, it's only like halfway to hypercharge. Also, if we have a donut room. Donut room. Donut room. Oh, right. You're immune to slow. Hey, Lucas. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty well. We're making our way through the floors. We haven't been memed on too hard. And we've got a donut. Look at this. Just have to clean the room. There's a possibility of traps in the donut. For you? Fortune. Sure. I prefer when the donut room is the landing zone, because then I'm pretty sure there can't be a trap in it. It's okay, Emir. Hopefully I'll see you more. It's okay. I believe I've been told that you have a lot of work. Life gets in the way sometimes like that. Flight. Yeah, exactly, Brontom. I'm pretty sure that's it. Like, that's the thing, is that when you make something like that, you make the AI to play in a certain way, you're like, well, the most obvious thing is that they shoot like that. Like, that solves it. And there can't possibly be a way that this could be like, abused, right? But the easiest way to figure out if something can be abused is by letting players mess with it. Like, it's the same as how the easiest way to get the answer for something is to say the wrong thing on the internet. Like, that's the easiest way to figure out what the correct answer is, to just say the wrong answer. Yeah, I don't know what to say to that, Emir. What I can say is that I've heard from Giraheen. Oh, party room. Is that... I have the exit. I think I'll just go this way. I think there's treasure over here as well. Let's just do that. What are you? I can't remember if you're scary. But I believe it was Giraheen that said that a downside of being in the Savage Raid team is that you can't actually watch the stream. Like, because you're part of the entertainment, you lose out on a stream. Murphy's Law? Isn't Murphy's Law everything that can go wrong will go wrong? What happens if the wrong answer is what everyone believes? Well, then you'll at least not be told that you're wrong. Also, hey Perrin, hope you're doing well. Says I got a stream on second screen when participating in Extreme Countdown. Oh, what I mean, Rust, is that in a specific example here is that you, like, if you're actually in the team doing the content. Oh, I found a trap, guys. But then you can't really watch the stream without getting confused, because it... Oh, that is smart, Parent. Did you see that, everyone? Amazing. Well done. Gave you the wrong answer to illustrate the point. I'm pretty sure that that law with, or that thing with being wrong on the internet is the easiest way to get the correct answer also has gotten a name. I don't know what the name of that one is, though. I could also imagine it would be very distracting to have a like to be, well, doing reclears, I guess, doing hard content while simultaneously watching a stream and talking with people, essentially. That was also around the end of last year where all the streams were just Savage streams or streams I couldn't be around for. Yeah, exactly. That's true, Girin. So it had that effect of, yeah, you don't get to watch the channel. You are part of the entertainment now, exclusively. Cunningham's lawyer. That sounds right. It's a Cunningham. I summon Cunningham in face-up attack mode. What does it do? I don't know, it's a ham. A rather cunning one, yeah, exactly. It could be an internet rule, but sometimes these kind of things also produce from the internet. Dude. Resolution. Meh. Yeah, I could see the problem there, Emir, but hey. I mean, you could hang out with us by being in the stream. Like, unless you specifically want to be blind to the bosses, then it can be difficult. I'm telling you, if my last name was Cunningham, I would make that joke all the time. I'm Cunningham. Yes, I'm a Cunningham. What about it? What are you? Oh, steel. Fantastic. Caetsu Cunningham from a long line of Cunninghams. The funny thing about Cunningham's law on the internet is that it's also called, for example, Tycho's law or Callaway's law just for the meta joke. Oh, because then people will call it wrong, and then people will be like, no, actually it's called Cunningham's. For you? Intuition. I mean... I'll fight you over this. No, no, interrupt. Thank you. Why do I always do this? I know that I need to interrupt this guy, but I have to do a double weave at exactly at that time. And then it's a problem. Welcome to the donut hole. Why can I not say that? It's a song name. Huh? What is the problem? I can't actually, the lyrics goes way too fast. And it's not in English. We found the exit. Turns out, we will not need the party room. Ow. Hope you get well soon, Mad Hatter. Pew. I sang the wrong song. Fantastic. Thank you, Pizza. Now, some of you might be thinking that I'm still harping on the Cunningham meme right now, but I'm not. I actually just remembered the wrong song. Thank you, Pizza. Unknown Mother Goose is also really good, though. We're going on a little bitty trip. Little bitty trip. Ow. He just smacks me. We made it! Oh, you're dead. Welcome, Pizza. I hope you're doing well. Can you imagine being the one Cunningham that isn't cunning? Could you imagine being the one Cunningham that isn't a ham? Now that would be a big loss. Oh, weird. He's not even a ham. Nice one, Rillian. That is really scary when you're not a lot of people actually react to that part of the fight. Just witnessed a summoner use physic in town. Well, at least they use it in town. One more intuition. Whoops. I should have pre-sprinted. Come with me to a forgotten land far away. Ow. It's not that far away. It's actually just here. It's the donut room. It's where I punch people with my gun. Can't remember how Donut Hole goes. I'm not a fairy? What if I am? Maybe I am a fairy. Cast Embrace. There you go. Nailed it. You're clearly a VTuber. Ah, yeah, I see the problem. If you're a fae, you have to tell us. Is that a thing? Is that a rule? The cunning fairy of ham. True, Lucas. Everyone has some sort of Ishuna. Can I slow you? Yes, I can. Take this. Kai is written surprisingly similar to Faye, so Kai has been hiding in plain sight all along. I almost ran into the frog trap. That would have been pretty funny, though. I don't think I'd ever live that one down. Remember that one time where you could see the trap and you just ran right into it? Yes. I remember. Kai isn't the Fae, the Watcher is. Ah, of course. I don't know why I keep doing this. It's so consistent that every time I go, I will pre-sprint this pole, I also go, oh, I could use my battery gauge here. I think it's a case of me going, oh, I should be efficient. I'll use pre-sprint here and then also go, well, efficient would also mean that you actually use your battery gauge, idiot. Oh, yeah. I did it right, though. I mean, the reason why I keep getting mad about it is because I don't actually want to use my robot if I want to run away. Because I might kite the mob too far away from the robot. And I think I pointed that out, like, this is like the 4th time I've made that mistake. It's like I use my sprint and then I kind of have to, like, kind of jank up my run to make sure that I don't pull the mobs away. Yeah, it's not really coming to me, Pizza. I think it's been too long since I heard Donut Hole. I'm trying to think of it, but right now the only thing that is coming out is a M2 theme. And like the brain just goes, well, if you said I was wrong before, now you're not getting anything. You have to figure this one out yourself. Not helping. You figure it out. You said I don't know. I don't know then. You try. I just realized that I'm wasting time quite a lot. Nope. I'm pretty sure we should be fine. It's just... we're certainly not ahead on time, let's just say that. Donut Hole M2 mashup? Is that a thing? Excuse me, Akio-saw. Don't turn. And now we're slightly ahead. I don't know what's the tank doing with aggro. I would guess if you get killed by Nero that the tank wasn't doing very much. Maybe no tank stance as suggested? How our hearts sing in the chaos. The seas part for we alone. Wild and pure and forever free. Rejoice. What are you? Steel. Where's the exit? Not there. What are you? Serenity. Okay. Munch. Hey, Emily. Hope you're doing well. Ravana's also great. Rejoice in the glory of combat. They're just both great. It's really funny that that Final Fantasy XIV had 2 expansions in a row where the first trial is a primal that loves battling for the sake of battling. Isn't that weird? If I had a nickel. Dance to the song of ringing steel. Ding. Oh, right, you're immune to that. Gotta foil the player character somehow. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I think it's an amazing choice. Oh, I think I realize what the problem is. The reason why I keep doing this. It's because the enemies that I pre-sprint for are also enemies that I recognize could possibly be dangerous enough that it might be worth it to use the robot. First Primal of next expansion just has an entire mechanic about buying new glamours from the market board. Just like a mechanic pops in and it's just like outfits and you have to choose the one that is better value. Or you die. Donut hole! Doink! Doink. Oh, perfect. What are you? Safety. We already have that. What are you? Fortune. Don't really care. We're leaving. Get straight up teleported into Infinity, Nikki. I don't know what that is. And indeed, Emily, I do agree. It is a cool mechanic. Is it that fashion-like gacha game? Is that the one? Like the somewhat recent one? Is that it? Is that game? Should be? Oh. Well, in that case, I do know it. I've just, my wonderful friend has shared a lot of pictures, but I never asked what game it was. So I can't actually remember if they ever mentioned it. Aha! A new challenger approaches! Hey, Dimmy, enjoy your evening. A newer challenger approaches. Dun, dun, dun. Well, try your best to enjoy your evening, Ymir. That's the best that. At least try for me. Ow. That's not the exit. That's the exit. Actually, if we have nothing else coming at me, I'd rather clear out patrols when I'm this close to the exit. Now that's annoying, Bokaj. I hope you get it soon. What are you? Affluence. That's not super helpful. Hey, Agent Monica. Hope you're doing well. We can leave. We can leave. I don't want to be here anymore. Good job, guy. I managed to spill tea. I spilled the tea. Hey, cat. Hope you're doing well. Wham! Wabam! Ow. Hey, Ace. Hope you're doing well. I wasn't sure that would actually count as me getting out of there. Strange. Ow. Robot! Go! Wait. I just remembered something. This is the weird scaling of the Rook auto turret. It's actually a DPS gain to wait until you have a full battery gauge before using it. Whoops. Well, I remembered it at least. Everyone that knew that just screaming at their monitor this whole time. What are you doing? You're losing like a little bit of potency. Think of what you could have had. All this power in your hands. And you're just squandering it. Ugh. Speaking of squandering it. Ah! Ah! Ow. Oh boy. That's not the best way to route that. I just realized that because I turned it around, we kinda need to take that into consideration. But it doesn't really matter, as long as I don't, like, lead it into another puddle, we're okay, I think? Wink. Is it not a gain anymore later? That is correct, Bobomet. The real gamer move is to make the circles overlap. Oh, just lead it perfectly into the previous pool, and then it places another one. I wonder, do they stack? I'm guessing they don't, but wouldn't it be funny if they did? So the explanation of what I was just talking about is at 50 gauge. Oh, they do stack. That's pretty funny. So it gets multiple buffs. So you can see here the attacks from the Rook auto turret start at 35 potency at 50 battery gauge, and they reach a maximum of 75 at 100 battery gauge, which means that it gains 40 extra damage or potency per shot if you use it at max, which means it's more than double for double the price. I believe this is also this is not reflected in the overdrive. That one just doubles, but because it goes from 35 to 75, it is more than doubling. But if we go down to the Automaton Queen, it doesn't say how much damage it does. The Queen Overdrive, the Pile Bonker, does 340 to 680, so it doubles with gauge. The Arm Punch goes from 120 to 240, so that one doubles. The Roller Dash goes from 240 to 480, so that one doubles. And the Crown Collider goes from 390 to 780, so that one also doubles. So all of the Queen's things double, but Rook Auto Turret, I believe it shoots 5 times? 5 or 6 times? So the difference between just yeeting it when you feel like it and waiting specifically for it to be full is like the minimum you're getting is like 175, I believe, if it's 5 shots, and the maximum is 375. So like it's like the difference is we divide that by 2. Well, let's see. You're ultimately getting like 25 potency from waiting until it's full. It's really silly. It's not a lot. The more important part is that you're using it at the quote-unquote right time. Boomit says, I just never checked and always waited for 100 gauge. I would say if you're below... Like, if you're low level, using the Rook Auto Turret whenever is probably fine. As long as you use it either at 100 or just before a hotshot that would bring you to 100 or past 100, I guess. Like, if you're using hotshot and you're at 90, you should use Rook Auto Turret first. In an optimization scenario. But if you are in a party with raid buffs at all, you should definitely, you should consider using Rook Auto Turret when raid buffs are up, because the pet is pets are strange. The way they work is that they work real time with your buffs, but it doesn't... It feels weird that it works like that, because a lot of pets these days, most pets actually, are basically glorified dots. But the only difference between a pet and an actual dot is that an actual dot, you place it and it takes note. It takes note, like when you place an actual dot, it takes note of your state when you place it. Whereas the pet is a real entity that scales with buffs as you go. The content you do where it's Rook Auto Turret and not Queen, you don't need to try hard anyways. Level 70 ultimates? Not just kidding. I mean, you don't need to care about those 25 potencies there as well. Like, not even. But there are situations where you wouldn't have the Queen where it might matter. Tip says, I feel like this should be noted, I'm more pale than Kai. Are you actually? Boomit says, I've never done any harder content than normal raid so far, so this buff optimization never mattered so far, but it's very good to know. I mean, a key thing with a lot of the optimization in Final Fantasy XIV is that even in the hardest content in the game, typically, something as small as gaining 25 potency out of your Rook Auto Turret isn't going to make or break the run. There are specific times where it could make a big difference, but ultimately, this kind of optimization is more so for yourself and your party, of course, to benefit from, than a requirement. Which I think is a good thing. Like, that is something that is often forgotten in the whole optimization thing. That is also, like, I made the video, do you need to be perfect in Savage, specifically to address that. That there is a lot of optimization you can do, and how does that work, and why do people care, and things like that. But ultimately, You don't have to be perfect. Who brings Machinist to top, am I right? Oh, I'm sure some people do. So I feel like it's a little bit nonsensical if you bring up that we actually had a contest on that. That's a really weird contest, by the way. And the judge said that I won, and you just say that you won because you disagree. Like, why did you bring a judge then? Like, that's pretty funny. I disagree because I'm British. It's in my native blood to be pale. You know you're talking to a Danish person, right? Like, I mean, it's not exactly an advantage you have there. Goons is me now, out of spite. Now that would be funny when we eventually get around to doing top. Giraheen goes like, I need to be Machinist. Wait, why? It's a promise I made. I'm glad to hear that, Bobamed. I hope when you get to it that it is fun, because that's what really matters. But genuinely, as long as you're doing like a rotation that kinda makes sense, where you are using your tools, you're probably fine even in hard content. The reason why I word it like that is because too many times it's like you go, well, I mean, as long as you're doing a rotation, you're fine. And then someone goes, actually, disagree. What if I just do 1, 2, 3 combos? Yeah, wouldn't work, would it? No, it wouldn't. You got me there. I guess you win. That's also usually why a lot of these kinds of conversations about optimization quickly devolve into perfectionism. Is because if you say anything less than perfect, in some of these discussions, someone will come in like, well, actually, you're making a mistake by not doing this thing. Yeah. How big of a difference is it? You need to be good enough. Exactly. A lot of things in life, people just don't ever do because they spend too much time making sure they get it perfect, and then they just never do it. Are there other jobs really to do like the 5 ways to mess up Black Mage? I have made videos like that in the past. The reason why I specifically made one on Black Mage was because I discovered that there's so many ways to goof up Black Mage that you could make a whole video about that. But like, maybe not 5 things, but I mean, just the other day someone mentioned a no magic paladin in a level 100 dungeon, I believe. And there is the slow mage, the ultra slow mage, that is red mage that only uses long casts. There is the power overwhelming mage, that is a red mage that prefers to use their AoE fast spells, just in general, because it generates more mana than all the other spells. All the other spells. So they just do the thunder and the arrow too, repeatedly. Um, Rainbow Pictomancer could be a thing. You just spam Rainbow Drip because have you seen how much potency there is on that thing? There's also a lot where the reason why I wouldn't make a video listing them is because I genuinely have never seen one do that, and I can't imagine someone do that. For instance, I've never seen a Rainbow Pictomancer. Driptomancer. And some of them also feel like... It feels like, how should I say, low-hanging fruit. To do that one, it's like, yeah... Basically, everyone knows that one is stupid. There's a chance that even the person doing it knows that it's stupid, and they're really just doing it in spite. Like, I don't feel like it would be super interesting to hear about a Dark Knight that refuses to spend their MP on things. It's like, I don't think they're doing that for a specific reason. I think they just don't realize that they have that option. A bard that doesn't use a bard that refuses to use their songs, or worse, refuses to equip their job crystals, so they're just playing Archer because they don't like the music. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, a lot of us have seen that one. And I haven't actually, but I have heard many stories of the Archer Pure, and I don't need to see proof that they exist to believe it. We've already checked the World of Warcraft thing on the bingo card hours ago, so I will just mention that years ago, I remember meeting a hunter that decided that they were just a marksman. That itself, like, they can do whatever they want, but not in my Gnomregan run. It turned out, as we discovered by questioning them more, is that they didn't understand how pets worked. It was back when you had to feed the pets and stuff and had to properly tame and everything. And every time they tamed the pet would run away shortly after. Because they didn't feed it. So they had just decided, well, I don't get it, so I guess I'm just a marksman. Like, we put up with that nonsense for a bit because we had been looking for players for too long. We couldn't be bothered to wait with starting any longer. And we didn't get very far into the dungeon before the healer left. So we were like, well, I guess we need a healer. And that's when the marksman went, I can be the healer. I have bandages. The way bandages work in that game is that you channel a heal on the target over like 8 seconds. But applying a bandage to someone applies a debuff to them that makes it so that they can't receive healing from a bandage for 1 minute. So this marksman suggested that they could heal because they could heal once every minute. But it gets worse because if you get damaged while you're being bandaged, the bandaging stops. So, we entertained the thought for like 2 minutes, and then was like, nah, we just have to quit. We just have to stop here. And then we did. Malvadis says, I believe the No Magic Paladin story. I rate way too many people say how pissed they are. Paladin is a magical girl and not just a boring standard fighter. That is really strange. But I can see it. I've had individuals, like... See, the thing is, if you go into Final Fantasy XIV expecting something to be something that it isn't, then you will always be disappointed. A minor issue with the class system as opposed to the job system is that some of the classes can give the wrong impression. By which I mean, for instance, the archer thing. The fact that there is an archer class that turns into a bard job gives the impression to a new player that doesn't know better that maybe there are other jobs an archer could turn into. Maybe there is like an actual marksman it could turn into. Maybe there is a sniper or something. Something other than bard. Similarly, a gladiator could definitely turn into a fighter, right? Like, that makes sense. It could turn into a paladin. It could turn into a fighter, right? Nope. Another one that I heard was, and this one was pretty funny. I made a video quite a while back where I went over the starting jobs, and like ranked them from like how I measured how hard they would be for a new player to grasp, and gave like a very brief introduction to each of the jobs. I also had like a listing where I showed these jobs are not accessible because you need this and this and this to access them. Like, for instance, if you are a new player and you're in the character select, like your character creation, you're like, why can I not pick Dark Knight? Like, why can I not start as that? Oh, you need to complete all the like all the main quests from level 1 to 50, and then you can start level 30. It's like, it's not available. Like, that was listed in the video. But I specifically remember, I think it was that video where someone lamented, oh, money, excellent. Yeah, someone lamented that they wanted to play Paladin, but they wanted to be a DPS. And they wanted to use a greatsword. So I was like, I mean, you could have a greatsword, you could be a DPS, but you cannot be a paladin or have a greatsword and also be a DPS. Exactly, that's just World of Warcraft. Or different MMOs for that matter. I'm pretty sure World of Warcraft isn't the only case of that. But the thing is, when I approached them about it, they essentially demonstrated that they had not played the game very much, or if they had, they hadn't gotten that far. And despite that, despite how little experience they had with the game, they had already decided in their mind that the game was something completely different than it actually was. Hey, Chilitators, we got to floor 170. We just cleared it. And given the time, I don't think we're going for Behemoth tonight. Like, basically, I, like, approached the person a bit, and they would go something to the effect of, I wish all jobs could be like multiple things. Like, you could have like a paladin, but they could also use a greatsword and be a DPS, or like other things. Like, they listed a bunch of things, but essentially what they said, like what it amounted to was that they wanted paladin to be a Dark Knight, but also a DPS. Like, that's essentially what they wanted. And other examples. And then there's also the reason why I was recently in a discussion, I believe it was with Ark in the community Discord, where we talked a little bit about class fantasy and stuff. And I've basically said that class fantasy is pretty much a whatever detail for me. If I like the way a job plays, the kind of idea of the job, I'll play it. And if I don't like the class fantasy that it has, I'll make up my own. I'll just imagine in my mind that it works the way, like that it looks the way that I want it to look. For instance, there has been times where I played a different, like, for instance, I really like Paladin. Like, I like Paladin a lot, but I end up often maining Warrior anyway, because practically speaking, I prefer Warrior, but aesthetically speaking, I prefer Paladin. I really like Sword and Shield. Nowadays, I like to play both, but right now I'm maining Warrior. Jose Phil, hope you're doing well. I feel like it's been a bit. Final Fantasy XI's de facto greatsword job is intended to be a tank, but is actually a really strong DPS as well. Is that, like, which job is that? JK says, I liked Boja because you could play jobs differently. That is also a good point. There, you can use an item to make a tank into a DPS. But something that makes it a little difficult with that, I think we've actually talked about this for a stream, in a stream for a while back, was, what if we had systems where jobs could switch to other roles? So, for instance, you could have a Dark Knight switch to DPS. That would, of course, require that some of the tank buttons turn into DPS buttons. Maybe you could have a samurai turn into a tank. That would mean that some of the damage buttons would have to turn into tank buttons, right? Things like that. The big question there, I think... Right, Rust, have a good evening as well. Was that it might be difficult to make that work because the rotation that the tank, for instance, already has doesn't leave that much room for a few buttons that make it into a DPS instead. It would just be like, so what? Do you just get like 4 new OGCD attacks or what? Or does it get completely overhauled? And then is it really Dark Knight? If you have Dark Knight DPS and Dark Knight tank, but they play completely differently, then you basically have Summoner and Scholar, right? Fails as Rune Fencer. It's kind of like a more melee-focused Red Mage. Wait, why is it called Rune Fencer and uses a greatsword? I feel like, shouldn't they be using like, I don't know, like a rapier or something? Like a foil? No, I'm a fencer. How? Z Lupine says, I think a big thing people forget, especially when they're not avid Final Fantasy fans, is some of the upgrades and jobs. Archer usually upgraded into Bard because of the idea of back range support. Yeah, exactly. Like, hey, there's also the part that the whole Bard upgrade thing is technically explained in the story of Final Fantasy XIV. In fact, if I remember correctly, the way that it goes is that the teacher has he basically has like a bit of a scarred past. He's no longer able to draw the bow, but he's an amazing archer. But in that time, he discovered a different power in being a bard. And all of these amazing archers that want to be even better by being taught by this incredible person are disappointed that he's like, I can't teach you archery, but I can teach you this other thing. And the thing that makes you exceptional is that you go, you know what? I can see the value in this. I could see how this music could benefit an archer. Like, I can see the potential here. Which is to say, that story kind of sounds like that didn't have to be barding. Like, it could have been something else. It could have been... Well, what else could it be? It could have been that the teacher discovered some sort of magic power that could empower your bow and shoot laser blasts. It could have been that they discovered that it would actually not be a bad idea to also bring a sword in case. There's a lot of ways it could have gone, but they decided that magic, like the magic music was the way, and music is a pretty logical path. There's also the part that I believe it's pretty common in fantasy, like D&D and such, that bards end up using the bow. Because it's a relatively easy combo, right? Bards are not the tankiest. They can use bows. Like, I mean, they could also go up close, but unless they specifically specialize in that, there's no benefit to that. Their songs are just as effective at range, so why come in close? Bow it is. So, like, that often goes hand in hand. Parent says, I mean, there's an archer from Fate Stay Night who's a fake archer that fires swords as arrows and use daggers as their main weapon. That is pretty funny. See, really big dueling swords. Don't think it's actually explained. It's just a job that's best with great swords. Oh, okay. I thought you suggested that Rune Fencer was like the de facto greatsword job. That's like a little weird. But I could see it just being like, well, their stats support it, so. Brontum says, I do gotta say that Dark Knight and Paladin do a great job at feeling like a Paladin job fantasy. Have your Oath of Protection and Oath of Vengeance. Oh yeah. Hi Giraheen, enjoy your evening. I could see that. I do think that Paladin is a little strange with how long it takes before it picks up any magic whatsoever. Sword Oath returned to me. Oh, you have Sword Oath. It's this. You kinda have Sword Oath. Like I had in a trench coat. Holiday says, what kind of new job is your wish for 8.0? Well, I mean, I didn't get what I wished for 7.0, so I'm going to say a dot job. Like, what I always wish for when people ask me this is something that the game doesn't have. A job that focuses on dots would be nice. A tank that uses pets or something would be unique. I don't know if they could make it work, but that would be cool. A ranged tank would be cool. A healer that emphasizes melee more than Sage does, which would be pretty difficult with the way they've programmed bosses to target healers with ranged targeting mechanics. Like, something we don't have would be cool. If they could make it work... I feel like Viper is close, but not quite. But a melee job that deliberately goes out at range for their burst or something. Basically the opposite of a red mage. I'm saying Viper is close, but not quite, because they have Uncoiled Fury. They have the ability to step out and do ranged attacks for a while. But they don't have to. Dodge Tank would be unique. I feel like Dodge Tank doesn't really work with the way Final Fantasy XIV is, but admittedly we could argue that a pet tank or a ranged tank would also clash with all of that. But yeah, basically, my first suggestion would be, I would like a dot job. A job that actually focuses on their dots. And I recognize that the way that the burst rotations and stuff that we have right now wouldn't really work. The best you could do, and I'm just saying, I know it was it's not a perfect match, but I would say that I kind of nailed that one, because back when we got the initial reveal of Viper, I actually made a video theorizing what it could be, and one of the suggestions I made was that maybe Reawaken, which we had seen, not named, but we had seen, was actually a burst mode specifically so that the Viper could do whatever it wanted. Like, they could design a job to do anything, and then just give it a button to switch to burst mode for the 20-second burst that everyone else has to do. Like, you could design any job you want, as long as you put in the ability for them to burst hard on a 2-minute cooldown for about 20 seconds. Done. Viper has that. Viper is a hyper-focused, sustained DPS with a burst button, specifically for bursting. It's so good at sustained damage that it has a button specifically for making it so that they can keep up the pressure while they step out of melee range. It's not a dot job, but it's a sustained DPS that kinda works in this meta. It kinda works. They could make an actual dot job like that. My suggestion there, just a way you could make it work, is that you have your dots that you set up and you maintain. Maybe you have a 2-minute cooldown that you use that causes your dots to tick mega fast for 20 seconds. Like, you're still doing your rotation, but by using this cooldown, it basically makes it so that you have a huge spike in damage output when everyone else does. You don't really need anything else. Boom. The rest of the rotation is just whatever you want it to be. The problem is that that's still kind of bland, right? Exactly, Bokaj. You could also just make it so that they're stronger. You could also just have a 2-minute cooldown that, like, just gives you, like, 2 or 3 charges or something that hits like a freight train. You could just go, well, we have this job. It's a dot job, but for it to work in the meta, we just give it living news and living motif for some reason. Parents, as you know, they have the Scholar transform at 100, which is a new feature, which makes me think something utilizing transformations could be on the table. That could be. And I also agree with that one, Emily. Emily says, I would be okay if they didn't add a job for 8.0 and instead took time to rethink and rework job leveling progression alongside rethinking job identity. I agree. If we look at this for a moment... It would be great if we had more jobs. Like, so eventually we'll actually have something that is exactly what everyone wants. Like, everyone can play exactly the job they want, right? Eventually. But I think when I'm looking at this, the only spot where I would say that we should add something is one more ranged physical. We don't need another healer, and if we get another healer, we need 2 because of the barrier pure thing. We don't need another tank, and the way we have it right now with the job identities of the tanks, it almost feels like we have Dark Knight and Warriors one type and Paladin Gunbreakers a different type. It's not a perfect match, but it means that whatever 5th tank introduces either a new category or it will, again, break this balance, right? This balance doesn't need to exist, but it's kind of there now. And among the melees, we also have, you know, 3 pairs of categories in the same way. We don't need to introduce another one or break this balance. The only category that doesn't have some sort of, like, even balance is ranged physical. If they add one more ranged physical, we're good. We can just stop this musical chairs and just sit down. Say, okay, good. Everyone happy? Excellent. Now let's actually make the jobs work. And the thing is, just saying, you could absolutely make a dot job that is a ranged physical job. You could absolutely do that. We already have Bard, although it doesn't really count, because it's not really a dot job, is it? Do you know how current Affliction Warlock works? I don't know how exactly the current Affliction Warlock works, but I do know that Affliction Warlock in World of Warcraft has gone through many different iterations, and one of them was that they would place their dots and then they would use, I believe it was called Malediction or something like that, which was a channeled spell that caused your dots to tick faster. So you basically just set up all your dots and you just went noom to like speed run the dots, and then you reapplied them, and then you speed run the dots and you reapply them. That's also true because they could just, I mean, they could just introduce another pure healer, for instance. And then just go, well, actually, Astrologian can switch. That's fine. There's two pures, two barriers, and Astrologian can switch again. They could also just have the new one be able to switch. Jose Harris, hope you're doing well. But that's what I think. Brilliant says makes me think of Crystal Project's Ninja, but that dodge tank is kinda, yes. It's kinda, it's not very consistent. The thing is, with dodge tanking, is that when you're lucky, it's insanely broken. When you're unlucky, it mega sucks. I think the best way you could make a dodge tank work is if it has some sort of control over the dodging, and it doesn't suck too hard when it isn't dodging, so that you can focus on, like, it's alright, but it's really good when it dodges. But as we've already seen in World of Warcraft, Brewmaster essentially was the dodge tank, and it has always been either garbage or insanely broken. It's usually not somewhere in between. Because either it can dodge something that you're not meant to dodge, or it can't. And if it can, then it's busted. If it can't, it then takes the smack full damage, and it's not good. So we've kind of seen WoW try that, and I don't know how you do it in Final Fantasy XIV, especially with the fact that all 4 tanks we have are so similar in the defense department. Lupine says there's only one job fantasy I feel is really missing. The caster melee, something with cast times that give them various buffs or weapon chains based on the channeled element. Oh, like, what was it called? Spell Sword or something from Guild Wars 2? I mean, the thing is, I feel like Red Mage is the closest we get to that. And the thing is, the enchanted melee combo for Red Mage is kinda that. It's just, it doesn't have like a build-up where it's like, oh, I'm enchanting my rib here, and then I go in. It just goes in and does it. Red Mage is a pretty good demonstration of a Spellblade, in my opinion. But, like, that's the thing, is that the kind of job you want, if it's not there, then it's missing. Yeah, that is a good example, Phil. See, the thing is exactly that. What usually happens with a dodge tank, in my experience, is it's extremely good when it works, right? Extremely good. But when it doesn't work, it sucks. Like, for instance, I haven't played Final Fantasy XI, but let's say you have Ninja. It can use an ability to dodge X amounts of hits. Let's say it can dodge, just for the sake of example, because I don't know how many it is, let's say it dodges the next 5 hits. What's the cooldown on that? How many hits does it have to take, like, clean until it can do it again? What's the chance it'll dodge on a whim? Like, what's the actual dodge chance of it while it's, like, taking the damage raw, as it were? Because that means that if it has to take like 10 hits raw without a guarantee, and then it can dodge 5 more, then the question is what's the probability that the ninja gets smacked clean multiple times in a row? Because it might not be tanky enough to deal with that if it's unlucky. Like, just for comparison's sake, Brewmaster, when it was at its most busted, consistently had over 70% chance to dodge or parry. Like, basically the same thing. Basically, there was like a 1 in 4 or less chance that the Brewmaster was going to get hit. It didn't have a guarantee that it wouldn't get hit, but it was so incredibly unlikely that it would get hit back to back that, like, you didn't have to plan for that. And then the specialization was just busted in general, so it didn't really matter. And yeah, exactly, Lupine. That is kind of the problem, is that is where the job goes. Like, in a vacuum where you're like, the enemy is just swinging at you. Phil said they can dodge 10 hits at peak. Again, if we say it dodges 10 hits, then it gets hit 10 times. Possibly. Because there's the chance that it dodges naturally, right? If you just put it in a vacuum with just a regular enemy just smacking the ninja, then it'll dodge 10 times in a row. Basically, it has hallowed ground for 10 swings. That's probably not too busted. Maybe you can't dodge magic, who knows? But after that, you get hit 10 times. So it kind of evens out. It's basically, imagine if you compare to Paladin, and Paladin in that scenario just straight up takes half damage all the time. The Paladin also has a chance to dodge. It's probably less than the Ninja, but the Paladin will take half damage from 20 hits in a row. The Ninja will take no damage from 10 hits and then take full damage for 10 hits. That seems fair. Like, mostly, like, the Ninja gets a little bit of extra value because it could dodge more hits. That's compensation for the fact that it hurts more when it does get hit. But then you introduce an enemy with a Tank Buster. If the Ninja can dodge the Tank Buster and the Paladin cannot, then it matters which of the hits the Ninja dodges. And that is how dodge tanks become broken, and that is exactly what happened for Brewmaster. It had certain fights where it could dodge a Tank Buster, and it was completely busted, so it got nerfed to no longer be able to do that, and then Brewmaster kind of sucked as a result. So if you introduce a dodge tank, it has to be in a game, well, an MMO because of the context, right, where it is okay for things to be a little broken and busted sometimes. It is okay that a tank, for instance, can just completely nullify a mechanic by big braining a dodge and things like that. It has to be okay that it can do that. And Final Fantasy XIV is not that game. Like, it straight up just isn't. Like, you probably recognize that it isn't. It just isn't. And yeah, exactly, Bokaj. That's the possibility, is that you just get smacked 4 times in a row and you die. If you're a dodge tank and it's balanced. Or you need, the healer gets to like, has to like mega spam heal because you got hit 4 times in a row. So it makes it really, really hard to deliver on such a request, a dodge tank. Buvumet says, I really like the implication that a dodge tank has for the cooperation of tanks and healers. Yeah, I guess. Like, speaking of, like, the weirdest thing about Brewmaster is that Brewmaster and World of Warcraft both was the dodge tank, and it was also the tank that had exactly the thing that could even out the problem. That the healers have to pay attention to the dodge buffs. That's true. I mean, in a way, we already have this. Like, you have a warrior pull big, and then they use Bloodwedding, and then they heal, like they're basically immortal, and then the instant that Bloodwedding ends, I mean, the warrior can use their other cooldowns, but the instant Bloodwedding ends, there is a possibility that the warrior will suddenly drop quickly, as opposed to not drop at all. Oh, nice. The thing that Brewmaster had that completely nullified the downsides of being a dodge tank is that it kind of introduced in a much greater way the concept of damage smoothing. I don't know if you've heard anyone talk about this before, but it is a concept in tanking sustained damage over a longer period of time. And it is what basically is the foundation of defensive cooldown cycling in a dungeon. You could spam all your defensive cooldowns and take very little damage for like 10 seconds, but right after, the amount of damage you take skyrockets, because now you don't have any defensive cooldowns. By spreading out your defensive cooldowns, you smooth out the damage you take. By taking only slightly less damage, you make the damage intake manageable by the healer, but also make it so that the difference in damage intake doesn't swing too much when suddenly your cooldowns end, or when another cooldown begins. And the way Brewmaster work with this, I suppose, is that every time it got hit, every time it took a smack, a large percentage of the damage would get postponed to later. Or, as in, it would take it over 10 seconds. So instead of it just getting cracked over the head for 50% of its HP in a single hit, it would take maybe 20% of its HP in a single hit, and then it would take the remaining 30% of that, like, of their HP in damage over 10 seconds. And then, like, the enemy would smack them again, but it might miss, which means that the Brewmaster's just taking this slow drip of damage that the healer can easily overcome and manage. And then eventually, the boss, or whatever, smacks the Brewmaster once again, and then, like, they take a huge hit, but most of it is delayed for later. That's essentially damage smoothing in a nutshell. And sometimes when you see damage smoothing, you're comparing, would you rather take a lot of damage, but spread over a long period, or less damage, but spread over a very short period? As in, it's better that you're overall extending the amount of time it takes for you to take all the damage than actually minimizing the damage. Hey YNF, hope you're doing well. But yeah, that's kind of the difficulty of all this. It just for anyone that came in during this discussion is that we completed 30 floors. We're just winding down a bit. But we didn't lose. We just parked the run for next time. Next time we will do the 10 floors where Behemoth is located. And that's true, Bakash. Then you use the Brewmaster things to manage that damage intake, but yeah. But it would be difficult to implement a dodge tank in Final Fantasy XIV without it completely breaking things. Just like it would be very difficult to introduce a melee healer, or a ranged tank, or a pet tank. Which is why, to return to the original question, I think that, let's say for 8.0 that they only add one job. I think that the best thing they could add for a variety's sake, while like filling in the holes, would be a ranged physical job, because we have less of those than all the other roles, that is focused on dots, damage over time effects. How they would do that could be done in many ways, but they've already demonstrated with Viper that they know exactly how to make a job, just design a job to do what they wanted to do, and then figure out how to put that, like that Lego brick right in there in the 2-minute burst meta. Because Viper has the things needed to participate in that. Like, it is capable of doing that. It's not the best at it, necessarily. It's really good at it when it's a sustained fight. But it's not the best at it. It works, though. It has its weaknesses, it has its strengths. But it's pretty clear that Viper works in the 2-minute burst meta, despite being very sustained DPS-centric. Jockler could probably work for that. Hey, Dawntrail, hope you're doing well. And yeah, also that, Brontom, if they designed a, like, in the way Final Fantasy XIV works right now, with like all the gold standards of tanks, you make a tank, remember that it has to have Rampart, and Reprisal, and Arm's Length, and a stun, and a raid-wide cooldown of some sort, a 40% damage, well, 30% damage reduction effect with no side effect, and a 40% that begets a side effect. Some sort of short cooldown, an invuln, and you know, it could have like some cooldown of its, it could have some cooldowns of its choice. But like, that's kinda it, right? Like, it doesn't leave a lot of room for a really unique dodge tank. So I do wonder, since they've talked a little bit about like improving all the job identity stuff a little bit, I think they've talked about for 8.0. I wonder if they would overhaul tanks for that. I don't think they would. But if they did, there could be room for something more unique, standout. Phil says, I feel like their design philosophy would result in Bart has dots, therefore we don't need another dot job, even though Bart's dots don't matter as much anymore. I'm just saying, Phil. I genuinely don't believe, I can't imagine that they would actually say that Bart is justified as a dot job. Like as some sort of checklist situation. I genuinely don't believe that. But it is possible they do. But case in point, if that's the way they think, then I feel like Bart being in that category just underlines that that's the category to put the dot job in. Machinist also has a dot. Bioblaster. RIP Viper dot. They still didn't have a dot. They had a damage boost. But that is an interesting point, Bronto. And actually, come to think of it, the similarities between Scholar and Sage also demonstrates that in some capacities, the similarities between the two jobs suggests that there's a lot of things that a barrier healer is supposed to have. It's not just, well, they need to have a spammable barrier spell. They apparently need to have a raid-wide damage reduction on a short cooldown that apparently needs to have a healing over time effect attached. They need to have a raid-wide heal over time effect. I'm just listing things they both have, right? They need to have some sort of healing increasing effect, apparently, to mirror the pure healers having a damage reduction effect. Matthew says, game philosophy question, what function do dots serve? Indeed. If we take a look at a dot whose only purpose is doing damage, then it is effectively, in a way, the same as an attack with a cooldown. In some ways. In other ways, it's an attack with a varying damage potential. And sometimes it's an ability that in quotes have a cooldown, but the cooldown depends on the number of targets, because you can apply your dot to each one. But the reason why I would look at Bard and say that's not a dot job, the reason why I would look at Black Mage, who technically has a dot, and go, that's not a dot job, the reason I would look at any healer and go, that's not a dot job, is because for all of these jobs with these kinds of dots, they're all essentially not important to the job. What purpose does Thunder serve for Black Mage? It's a decent mobility option if it happens to line up perfectly, and it does good damage. But if it did bad damage, then you wouldn't use it. Then it would be Scathe, which you don't use. If it had a cast time, you would still use it, if it did good damage. So ultimately, the only thing that matters for Thunder is that it does good damage, because it doesn't do anything else. For all the healers, it is the same logic. It's a decent mobility option, and specifically for White Mage, whose dot does upfront damage, it is an option for movement. It's a really bad one, but it is technically one. Exactly, Turnabout has already like speedrun to where I'm going with this. The way Bard interacts with their dots is exactly the same as Black Mage. If they did less damage than Burst Shot, then you wouldn't use them. because that's the only purpose they serve. Sure, because of the existence of Iron Jaws, you would need them both to be so weak that they're worth, in combination, weaker than Burst Shot. Because otherwise you could be like, I could apply my thoughts, and then as long as I maintain it with Iron Jaws, it's technically better than just using a Burst Shot. Like, it'll pay itself back over time. But there is no job left in Final Fantasy XIV that applies their dot for any other reason than damage. I know that sounds a little strange, because it's like, yeah, no duh. If you had 2 different 1-2-3 combos and one of them sucked, you wouldn't use that one either. Correct. Unless it applied some sort of effect that does something. Like, Warrior uses the Storm's Eye finisher for the damage buff, but Storm's Path is technically better in multiple ways if we don't care about the damage buff. The problem, Matthew, is that for a lot of players, once they recognize the mathematical implications of a dot, they don't read it as, oh, well, as long as Thunder's active, it is making sure that I'm making, like, I'm still doing damage. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you're still doing damage. What matters is that High Thunder does more damage than Fire 4. Otherwise, it would actually be fine. Like, if High Thunder's damage was garbage, like, if its total damage was, like, 300 potency, meaning less than this, there's a very real possibility that the only reason you would use it is because it's instant. It's better than nothing. And it's, you know, it's kind of free. But if Thunder essentially was a 30-second cooldown that did 750 potency up front, you would use it the exact same way on single target as you use it right now, optimally. It doesn't matter whether you do 60 potency every 3 seconds, or you do 600 immediately, and then nothing for 30 seconds. Like, mathematically it doesn't matter. It might matter in the way it feels to use it. But practically speaking, it's basically a weakness that a dot takes time to deliver its damage, rather than a benefit. And Bard has the same problem, in that if the dots did, like, it doesn't really matter that they do damage over time. It would actually be pretty nice if they just take one really big tick, because then you can at least see how much damage they will do. I'm not saying that your perspective can't apply, Matthew. I'm just saying that mathematically, it's like, I mean, if you didn't have an auto attack, but your attack did more damage, that would be the same, right? Effectively, it would do the same thing. And I really do mean it. If Thunder sucked, we wouldn't use it. Unfortunately. But Palymane in shambles with the removal of auto attacks. Okay, fair enough. They'd probably have to rework that bit. But I mean, did you know ninjas, Ninki, used to come from their auto attacks? It's weird Paladin didn't move when ninjas did. But consider this. Before Stormblood, yes, Stormblood, Bards and Archers. Bards and Archers had a trait called, I can't remember if it was River of Blood or Rivers of Blood. It doesn't really matter, but one of them is a trait, the other one is a weapon in Elden Ring. Remember, we're talking about the trait. The trait says that, I can't remember if it was a chance or a guarantee, but when your dots crit tick, which they can, with your crit chance, Bloodletter gets reset. At the time, there was no such thing as charges on abilities, so it was just Bloodletter fully resets. This was just a passive. Permanent effect. 30% chance. Okay. But every time your dots tick, there was the possibility of that. And remember, Rain of Death shares cooldown with Bloodletter. So on AoE, there was an actual incentive for a bard to, instead of use their AoE attacks, just spread the plague. All the dots, so that they could spam Rain of Death more. The reason I say before Stormblood is because then came Stormblood and Mage's Ballad was made to have this effect, this exact effect. The difference being that Mage's Ballad had a guarantee for the effect. If your dots crit ticked, Bloodletter reset. Shadowbringers comes along and changes it to your low level dots have a 20% chance per tick. The high level dots have a 40% chance per tick. Basically separating it from crit chance, because it turned out that either bards sucked earlier in the expansion where they had less crit chance, and then they were completely busted when they had a lot of crit chance. It's not super fun, that, so they just separated. But it essentially worked the same way. Then Endwalker came and said, we'll just make it a chance when your songs tick. Which completely removed the purpose in spreading your dots on AoE. That was the moment that Bard's dots stopped meaning something beyond damage. The moment that Bards stopped spreading their dots on AoE. Because they spread their dots on AoE to a point. Because their dots did something more than damage. That's what I mean when I say dot job. Bard is not a dot job, not anymore. Black Mage used to use Thunder because of Thundercloud. I don't quite know if that counts, because it's like a dot emphasizing its own significance by making itself better. But in Endwalker, that was the closest we had to a dot job, in that you applied the dot for more than its actual own damage. Although the thing you applied it for was more damage from itself. But, like, I mean, Thundercloud could also just have been your next Fire 4 does 400 more potency. And that would still mean that Thunder was significant. And that's also true, Matthew. Matthew said, I give the devs a wide margin when I think if it's in the game, then it must have a use. If dots were not doing something, then they would have been reworked or removed. I'm just saying, dots do something. The problem that I'm highlighting here is that they only do damage. Reversal, we get dots to make it seem more normal to justify enemies having it. Us having dots on us is way worse than the enemies having dots on them. Yeah, that's a good point. Bosses applying a dot is a lot scarier than you applying one. Emphasizing its own significance is the perfect description of in-law Black Mage. Yeah, in a way. They left Free Cure in the game. Free Cure has a purpose. But basically, I think we need to bring out Paint to explain this one. Oh, whoops. If we say that this is all possible scenarios that a white mage could end up in. All of them. Every single situation you could end up in. Then we have this little blip here, which is, like that one, is out of MP. Actually, I think I need to make that green dot a little green dot. I think I need to make that red dot a little bigger. Not because it's most meaningful, but because I need to put something more in there. Now, there's this green dot. The green dot signifies party not dead. And then you have this yellow dot. Which is free cure. Helps. What a time to be colorblind. Which colors, Phil? Is it red and green? This is technically a use. Exactly, Liv. That's what I'm saying. Free cure isn't useless. It has a use. One. Approximately one. And the problem is that out of all the situations you could get into in the game, there is a very small amount of situations where you would naturally, like, basically, I just want to point out that if we go over here, right? We go over here, there's also this entire category. Actually, I need to make that bigger. There's this huge category here, which is playing badly. And in that, there's like a big circle here where free cure helps. But this whole section, this whole thing is like, you know, we usually don't count that one for a reason. It's a fish. Oh yeah, it is. It's a fish. You add some fins? Maybe some scales. The captions tell a story, motivational white mage fish. With an end to its suffering? It's a good fish. What's more useful in theory, Free Cure or Stormblood Lilies? Free Cure was better when we had Stormblood Lilies. For those that don't know what Stormblood Lilies are, in Stormblood, the way Lilies worked was that when you cast Cure or Cure 2, yes really, there was a chance that you would get a Lily stack. And when you used pretty much any OGCD healing effect you had, which means like Ezai's, Tetragrammaton, I can't remember if Benediction was on the list, Asylum was, I believe. When you used one of them, they would eat up all the Lily stacks, however many you had, to reduce the cooldown of that ability by 4, 10, or 20%, if I remember correctly. Now, remember that Ezai's is on the list. Ezai's, which does damage. And you had no control over when the stacks would be consumed. It was just if you had any, they would be used. Kinda sucks, right? But if you had free cure, you could, like, while there's downtime or something in a fight, you could spam heal yourself with Cure 1, and then if you got a proc, you could just use Cure 2 for free and just build lilies. Until you had 3, and then you could open after the downtime with a big SIs that had a 20% shorter cooldown, so you save 8 seconds. So yeah, Stormblood lilies kind of sucked. But yes, Brontom says, I actually really like that free cure is a trap, because it means you have to think your job through, but at the same time it's awful, because it means they need to think their job through. Indeed. I couldn't really get it right, so I've kind of parked that one, but I actually have an idea for a video on the subject of the benefits of bad options. Like, actually, buttons in, for instance, an MMO like Final Fantasy XIV, which will of course be the subject as usual, buttons that are never a good option. Like, things you don't actually want to use, but they're there. Or alternatively, options that are so niche that they're incredibly bad options unless you know why they're not. For instance, Samurai's Hagakure. Don't know if I pronounced that right. I don't think I did. Hagakure. Incredibly bad. Unless. And the key here is, do you know the answer to unless? Do you know what the unless is? And do you know to use it when unless comes up? Then it is good. But all of the situations, Hagakure is bad. So it's technically a garbage button by that metric. Another example, Rook Overdrive and Wildfire Detonator. Or Queen Overdrive. There's a very specific time where those are good to press. Aside from that, they suck. Fight ending specific, exactly. Or boss becoming invulnerable specific. But yeah, those kind of buttons are actually good teaching tools, because you look at this, you read this, it also explains what that attack is that it uses when it finishes, right? But once you understand when you're supposed to use this button, you understand the job a bit better. Free cure is technically also one of these things. The difference is that tanking and healing are more complicated roles to explain. So if you don't understand the fundamentals of these roles well enough, you might not understand why free cure is this. Six-sided star is another good one. Six-sided star is actually pretty complicated because it's not that bad under normal circumstances. So it's not super garbage in just general use, but it's not amazing in general use. But it's also another good example. Like, the key is that there are buttons that have a super specific niche, but otherwise they're bad. those don't quite fall into the category of actually bad buttons. And here's the thing, in an MMO where you have a limited amount of buttons and it feels like you should be using all of them, it would be incredibly stupid to give the players a button you deliberately made bad. And that, by the way, is where I ran into a wall when I was coming up with the idea for that video. I was like, wait a minute, I feel like I just completely explained why this is a stupid idea. So I had to rethink it. Other games, for instance, strategy games, card games, can have bad options. Really annoying with card games is that they'll have bad options as, like, pack filler. It's like, thanks, you basically gave me a dud. But understanding why, for instance in Hearthstone, someone mentioned Hearthstone earlier, understanding why Magma Rager sucks makes you understand something fundamental about the game. Damage isn't everything. If you had a unit with 1 HP, it doesn't matter how much damage it does, unless you can overcome that weakness some other way. And in a strategy game, you can have units that kinda suck in most situations, but because these strategy games can be pretty flexible, it is possible that a meta develops that happens to mean exactly that this specific unit is good. So sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. So it doesn't have to be quote-unquote pack filler in that sense, but if it is, because it's a strategy game, you can just not make the unit. Just not do the research or whatever it is to unlock the unit. Just not build the building that unit comes out of. You could just choose to use another strategy. Exactly, Bokaj. Precisely. That is also where the Magma Rager example comes from. Magma Rager is a card designed to be garbage. And then it became a meme, so they made a lot of them. I don't know if having bad cards makes the good cards any less noticeable. Probably not. Sometimes you get Swarm Host meta. Oh boy. But yeah, indeed, in an MMO, it would be really, really awkward to put in a deliberately bad button. But if you put in enough options for a job, you can have options where it's like, you had, like, let's say that you had, Matthew says, counterpoint, do bad options go against? If the devs put it in, then it must have a use. Correct. If a game puts in bad options in a job, for instance, Final Fantasy 14, and they put in an option that is bad by design, like, it's clear that there is a better option. It isn't like a meta thing. Like, for instance, Cure 1 isn't bad. It's a, like, the thing that it does really well. The problem is that the thing that it does is meaningless. That's why Cure 1 sucks. Like, the thing that Cure 1 does, that it does better than any than another button in the meta that we have, is that Cure 1 casts 1/2 seconds faster than Cure 2. But if that's what's making or breaking the difference, there's a very high probability that Cure 1 isn't going to buy you enough time to cast your next spell. So a lot of the time it is simply better to cast Cure 2 and hope that it makes it. So the small situations where Cure 1 is actually good in the current meta, it isn't good enough. But it has a use. But you could have something like Scathe on Black Mage, where the use of Scathe is so specific that it has a niche. It has one. It's just so specific that it's like low-level dungeons, where the tank is pulling a lot, so you have to run a lot, and you don't have anything else. But Thunder already encroaches on that space, because Thunder does it better. The only weakness of Thunder is that it can only be used every second GCD. And because it's a dot, you don't want to spam it on one target. Scathe is good in Palace of the Dead because it's dangerous to stand somewhere for a long time if you're solo. That's also a good point, Matthew. In games like ARPGs that can have a lot of options and you don't have to choose all the options, there can be options that are like the dev was like, oh man, this would be really funny, and then they just didn't balance it super well, so like it kind of sucks. But it's not very obvious how to make it work. But it's there. You can just choose to not use it if you can't find the purpose of it, so you just don't. But you could try, and maybe you'll figure out that, oh, this is actually crazy good. Phil says, was expedience misunderstood? Yes. But there's a good answer, there's a good explanation for that. And that memes, what I'm pretty sure as soon as Endwalker launched, everyone understood that it was like the best button in the game. Here's the thing. If you're presented... White Mage gets a crazy strong heal effect that heals multiple times for a ton, and it looks cool. Astrologian gets a crazy button that looks amazingly cool, that both does damage and also can heal a ridiculous amount. Sage gets a laser beam that heals a lot. And Scholar gets a fart cloud that makes you run faster. Running faster does not make big number. So running fast is bad. It's not impressive. But in practice, running fast is very good. A fart cloud... I was specifically deliberately making it sound worse, because that's how someone who doesn't like expedience would see it. How would you fix free cure? Attach it to an attack. Make it so that stone gives free cure sometimes. The problem is that it's attached to cure 1. Even if free cure had a 100% proc rate, it sucks because it's on cure 1. Although if it had 100%, then it would actually be decent. Another way you could fix free cure would be to just make it so that the trait says cure 2 costs 15% less. But because you learn cure 2 and then like 4 levels later get free cure, it feels a bit like... It reminds me of how Paladin gets Clemency at level 58, and then at level 64 they learn Holy Spirit, which costs 2000 MP by the way, but also at level 64 they learn a trait that says all your spells costs are halved. So Holy Spirit could just... that trait could genuinely just say Clemency's cost is halved, and just have all other spells release at the cost they should have. Free cure now affects the whole cure line, so you can pick any cure spell. That could also be a way, but I feel like that doesn't actually fix free cure. But like, it would be a way to give a trait that makes like that would work better. How would you fix enhanced plunge? You mean enhanced shadow stride? I mean, here's an idea actually. It's actually enhanced on mend. Instead of reduces recast time of Shadow Stride by 5 seconds when executing Unmend on most targets, I would give it as a kind of reverse to Enhanced Harp and Enhanced Piercing Talon. Give Unmend through enhanced unmanned here. Additional effect causes Shadow Stride to deal damage with a potency of insert reasonable number here, in addition to its other effects. Could be like 100 potency. Essentially what that would mean is that Unmanned does 150, and if you then Shadow Stride after, you do a combined 250 in total. That's not very good. Yes, Unmanned is the ranged filler. That's not very good. So Unmanned turns Shadow Stride. I mean, they could do that too. Additional effect, Shadow Stride turns into Plunge, which does damage. How would you fix Flamethrower? Option 1. Increase its single target potency significantly and make the AoE part like a damage drop-off. That's not enough. But it would mean that Flamethrower could be made to function on single target. Option 2. Flamethrower generates heat. You could give it both. Option 3. Rework the button. Make it a dot. Like you just go, ram, and then you do like apply a fire dot to everything. Basically, it would be Bioblaster again, right? Like genuinely, you could just make Flamethrower the AoE version of Air Anchor to match with Drill. So you have Drill, Bioblaster, Air Anchor, Flamethrower. It would be a little silly that you have 2 AoE dots there, but that would be a way to do it. The problem with Flamethrower now is that it feels like it doesn't really have a niche. Or if you gave it a finisher like Phantom Flurry on Blue Mage, that could also be. I feel like 10 seconds is too long though. But yeah, the key thing is that consider the following. Look at Flamethrower. We see Flamethrower. How many other cooldowns that eat up your GCD, meaning that it comes at the cost of something else you could do, are focused primarily on AoE and has a cooldown? To try and give an example of what this would be, it would be like Warrior before they get Inner Chaos, but when they have Chaotic Cyclone. Chaotic Cyclone is, due to the way it functions, on average, just barely worse than just spending that gauge on Fellcleave. Just barely. On single target. On 2 targets, Chaotic Cyclone wins. But that does mean that on single target, unless you need the effect that Chaotic Cyclone guarantees that the heal from Raw Intuition will crit heal, Chaotic Cyclone will just sit there. You'll just have 30 seconds of this buff and never use it. It's basically like Flamethrower, you just sit on it until you need it. I don't think there are any jobs that have this kind of effect at like max level outside of Machinist. Rontum says, pretty sure Flamethrower is better than exactly just AoE combo. As it stands right now, the combination of Scattergun and Outer Crossbow, they average out till you do 5 Scatterguns, then 5 Outer Crossbows due to the heat generation. The combination of them average out to 80 potency per second. Flamethrower's 100. So yes, Flamethrower beats that. But in a duty where there is an AoE phase, there's a possibility that you would appreciate having more heat gauge. To, for instance, use Hypercharged Blazing Shot. And Blazing Shot is ridiculous. I haven't done the math, but I'm pretty sure Blazing Shot still beats Flamethrower on 3 or 4 targets. So if, like, in mid-Flamethrower, mobs die off, you might have preferred to just use Scattergun, Hypercharge, and just spam Scattergun and then use Hypercharge Blazing Shot to clear off the pack later. Blazing Shot is not objectively better than Auto Crossbow. It's up to a certain target count. I believe the cutoff point is 5. And I'm pretty sure, as in Auto Crossbow wins at 5. I'm pretty sure Blazing Shot still beats also Flamethrower at 4. Because Blazing Shot is that crazy. And it's the reason why I say it would probably help if Flamethrower generated heat gauge, because then you no longer need to compare Scattergun's heat gauge generation to Flamethrower. And as I said, I don't think there are any AoE GCDs with a cooldown that don't have some sort of component that makes it good on single target. And Flamethrower would be the one to get that. Like, it's missing that. Do I have an example? No. Because all of the buttons that Flamethrower would want to be like are buttons that are made to be single target first, and then they're like, well, it makes sense that they do AoE also. But that is an interesting video idea. Fixing broken traits and actions. There's not that many of them, though. You'd have to, like, seek out a bit. I wonder if it would be justified to try and fix Blizzard 4. Not because, like, Blizzard 4 is fine, but there's a reason why Black Mages always try to find a way to not have to use it. Flamethrower not generating heat is like Reaper not having their gauge increase on one random attack. I will say, Dawntrail, just while we're on the subject of Reaper, that before Dawntrail, Harp and Harvest Moon didn't generate gauge. So that means that they just kicked the thing down the street and said, now you have a different one. The better Black Mage button to fix is Fire 2 and Blizzard 2. Oh, that is a really good idea. That is a good point. A little sad, you'd be like, well, I mean, Fire 2 you can fix by putting back Enhanced Flare, or just don't nerf it by 40 potency. Genuinely, like, just reminding you, with Dawntrail's release, both High Blizzard and High Fire 2 got nerfed by 40 potency. And then, just like to add insult to injury, Enhanced Flare was removed. Which was an effect that High Fire 2 applied that made Flare do more damage. Those generate gauge now since when? Since Dawntrail. In 7.0, they made it so that Harp generates gauge and Harvest Moon generates gauge. The only things that don't really generate gauge are Spenders, or they generate something else, or it's Shadow of Death or Whirl of Death, which technically doesn't generate it directly. But really, you could fix High Blizzard and regular Blizzard 2, and Fire 2 and High Fire 2 by just giving them a potency boost. You could quote-unquote fix it. The problem there is, of course, that, I mean, it doesn't need fixing. Like, there is a functional rotation. And giving them a potency boost to the Black Mages that enjoy the jank feels like the developers going, no, you have to use this. But it's difficult because there's no way to, like, basically fix those spells without it basically feeling like the developer's going, you have to use this. Because that's how it works when a button is so bad that it's broken. that people don't use it is that making it usable again because of optimization is like saying you have to use this. With that said, I didn't actually expect to go this much overtime this time, but if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube, whether you enjoyed the discussion we had after or the run itself, if you managed to catch it. We got 30 floors up this time, so we're at floor 171 next time. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link to that in the chat right there. Aerodale has also been sharing it multiple times throughout the stream. There you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. For instance, Thursday, we're doing some more extreme mount farm of Endwalkers Extreme 3. And you'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when they come out, so that you can catch them when they get released. And if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post these things, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat, or there's also a Ko-Fi link in the chat from Aerodale right there. It all helps support me in the channel directly so that I can do focus on stuff like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But that'll be it from me. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.